All right. So we're back for another morning stream so that Biorex can participate, aka Werner Herzog. Shane, for the record, I have not disabled streamer mode. It just for some reason doesn't show up. I'll figure that out later. Uh, Today, I have just freshly put together my new computer with a 3080 for reasons relating to Cyberpunk. Um, I'm going to, well, hopefully this thing doesn't break because I've just imported everything and I've tried to move all my music files over. Everything seems to be working for now. Uh, what we're going to do today is we're going to try to go back to before the hiatus on Seniriu when I switched over to working on other projects like Forsaken Plane for last year's contest. The last thing that we worked on was animations. What's wrong with my mic? What do you think? I should have NVIDIA's broadcast filtering my stuff. Maybe I can lower the strength of the noise reduction. Three of them. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Maybe no, it's not that. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, well, here's the thing. I have a preview of Discord open, so it's not like how are we getting four? Okay, let me just try closing something out. Okay, it's not Discord. Oh, let me get Biorex in here real quick. Streamlabs followers. I mean, nothing should be triggering right now. Yeah. Oops. Don't need to see that. Um, I don't get. Okay, so let me just go real quick to Streamlabs to try and figure this out because this is gonna be distracting. So let me just do a quick alert box test. Okay. Test subscription. Oh, Pyrex, sorry, I had you muted for a second. Are you on?
I'm on. Yeah,
Uh,
I hear his mic garble. It's yeah.
okay, let's pause the music for a minute. So, first off, I need you to kind of like up your gain on your mic if you can, or maybe I can up your output a little bit. Okay, I just doubled it.
Well, I'm
Okay,
hearing it over Discord now. I've heard it before over Twitch, and it's the same
you're hearing something on my mic on Discord.
on Discord and on Twitch both.
Okay, so what is the issue? What does it sound like?
It, it sounds like in a movie, like interference in a storm. Like it's garbled. It's oversteering.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do real quick, just to fix this up. Let me turn off the noise reduction. Is it still there?
Yeah.
It's still there.
Wait, to say something again.
Something again.
A little bit, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't the
Maybe
noise
it's
reduction. Let me
maybe
put
it's
that back
just
up.
here on Discord. How is this supposed to?
I don't understand how this could be happening. So, how are you echoing? I don't get it. There should be. Yeah. He's saying you're echoing now. So something weird is going on with my capture setup. So let's real quick look at my audio channels. So the only microphone I have going out is NVIDIA Broadcast, and the only desktop audio I have going out is the default, which should just be the PC speakers. Okay, so let's try sampling what's going on here.
I'm plugged in via headphones and I have my laptop mic. I don't know if that's the best. I've never heard it. on the other side, but it seems to be working.
Yeah, we got to solve this before I move on. Today might be a long stream because last time I tried the animations, it it was an issue. Okay, let me see. Where do I go over to find my clips? I'm trying to find my clips. That's what I got to do. There we go. Okay? So Shane clipped it. So let's listen to the audio issue. Okay, so it wasn't the noise reduction. Let me put that back up. I don't understand how this could be happening. So what is going on? So I have the bit rate of my audio set to what? That might be. Here's the thing. This is a problem with OBS. Is it never does a proper actual import. So my video bit rate should be pretty decent. My audio bit rate might be low. Shane, what do you think should be the audio bit rate here? Ah, crap. 160. Okay, that's right. That's right. So let's listen to that again.
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't the noise reduction. Let me
Maybe
put
it
that
should
back
be
up.
clear.
I don't get it. Okay, so the mic should be able to filter that, um, or at least it shouldn't pick up its own stuff. Here, let me go grab headphones real quick. Okay, so presumably I should not be echoing anything at all. Biorex, can you say something?
I don't hear any echoing, but I'm on Discord now. I only hear the
Uh oh.
garbled, but I don't know if it's only Discord.
Why is it garbled? Webcam
Ma-
mic. There's no webcam plugged in. I don't get it. Let's
Well, I'm pretty far away from you.
here. Let me swap. I think you're coming out the wrong speaker. Let me input. Okay, try again. Biorex. Okay. Okay. So, there's no echo now. Okay. So, oh, okay. You can't hear him because desktop audio. Oh my goodness, everything was set up fine before and now it's not. Let me get it through the headphones. Okay. Biorex, can you say something?
Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit für das deutsche Vaterland. I'm not
Okay.
good at singing.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't need you to sing, but that's fine. Um. Okay. Now let's get the music back up. Okay. Everything sounds right now. Now we can get started. Like 20 minutes into the stream or something like that. Okay. Um, I'll just make a little link on video export this time. I've got like 3 or 4 videos I have waiting in the YouTube queue for me to push upload on. I just have to fix the descriptions on. I just been distracted.
All right, I have an engagement at 8 p.m. That's an hour from now.
Okay.
I'll be dropping out then, but I've already prepared from 6 p.m. forward. I've prepared the ZTP file for the blob, and now it's working. And I know why it's working now, and I've written a tutorial.
Okay, that's good. So I think while you're here, I don't know if I want to try and push to really get the jelly working again, or if I want to try to just go over what you did so you can explain it as well. So I think it'd be better spent for you to talk about what you did here. So I'm gonna go look at the ZTP converter. All right. So this should be familiar based off of what we did last time, right? Or you weren't here for that, Biorex. This is last year.
Yeah, it's not that complicated. So
Yeah.
I'll do the modeling, and what needs to be done is basically Blender exports. When you click on animation in the export presets, it like takes the name you assigned to the object. Like I named it Blob. Well, I didn't actually name it Blob the first time. I had to rename it, but that's not the issue. And then it adds like unterstrich the what is it called before the zero? Down
The
slash.
origin? Or
No, vital export OBJ files with whatever that's called. The line at the bottom, and then 5 zeros, and then 1, and then it just goes through the. It goes through the. It goes through the frame. So what you need to do is like take the first, copy all the frames in. Like if I export 80 frames, it gives me 80 frames, and then you just need to copy the first file, rename it to just blob obj, and then run the converter and do your stuff. That's the way how it works.
so it starts indexing at 1 and not 0 then when it exports.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It
Is there
doesn't
any way
start
for you to, is there any way for you to boost your mic from your end? Because I've got you at 200% volume and you're still coming in quiet.
I should be able. I was able last time. So what do I do? User. If I. Is this doing better?
I don't hear any difference, but Shane can probably tell you.
I need to know in Discord what I need to do, Mike.
There. In the meantime, I fixed the chat box so it should be full size, but it just kind of wiped the previous chat history.
No, I'm already at 100% gain. On Discord, I can.
Yeah, input volume on Discord should be maxed out.
Yeah, I have that, and I also already have gain in the system. Let me just see if I can up that some more. So can somebody tell me where? It's probably sound. And let's see. Some sounds Discord.
You know, I think I'm just going to up the volume on desktop audio and just adjust the music accordingly.
I know there was some gain option I could use, and I've already did that. I just need to find it again. Maybe here. Microphone, deactivate. I've upped it to 100. It was on 86. Is it louder now?
Okay, so I'm just tracking your voice and trying to make sure that you're not redlining, but I'm redlining, so maybe. Okay, you try talking.
I just upped the.
Perfect. Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. Good. Then that did the trick. Okay, good.
Okay.
So it's not complicated. You just need to name it properly. It's basically just like in the Goon folder. It's just like XL2 did it.
Okay. So that's the thing though, is with this. I don't know if in the Seniriu work folder, I've only built the Seniriu build environment for the GitHub project, so anyone can copy the Seniriu build environment. Oh my goodness. Okay, Shane's complaining about your volume, so I gotta drop you again. Okay, so what we have in our own build environment, that's, you know, the superset of this, is the ZTP converter, and we were just going over the animation steps you did, which looks like they're identical to what we did before. Is that you create your keyframes and you export them, and you rename the first file to be just the name of the thing that you're going to do, the ZTP file that's going to result from it.
I copied it. I didn't just rename it. So I have the first frame twice. I don't know if
okay. Okay, so you have files numbered 1 through like 40
80.
or whatever. Okay, 80. That seems like a lot, but okay, 80. Actually, let's see what that looks like. Oh my goodness.
The ZTP file isn't exactly large.
Well, yeah, it's basically, it's going to take the vertex transformations of all these and just kind of combine them into one file. 80 feels like a lot, because remember, we only need keyframes. We're going to be doing interpolated animations.
But that's what XL2 did. Look at his Goon folder.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he didn't want to do interpolated, or maybe he is doing interpolated and it's just a lot of keyframes. I don't know.
Yeah, Blender is already interpolating for you. It only has like 5 keyframes, and the interpolation is done by Blender. So
okay, but here's the thing though: if Blender is doing the interpolating, that means we have to store all that information. If the Saturn is doing the interpolating, we have more RAM.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the Goon folder, how XL2 did it.
Okay, yeah.
And because
yeah, but he's only got 34 keyframes, and his goons have a lot of animations to them right now.
All right. Yeah, I'll look into it. I don't. Maybe I don't know what's gonna happen or how long you can.
Yeah, Blob is good for now, I think. The thing is, honestly, vertexes aren't super expensive to store.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to adjust you down just one more time. So you're at minus 10 decibels. I forget what that translates to, because it's either minus 10 or minus 20. That's a different thing. Depending on if it's like amplitude or power.
So the way I saw what Ponat did, so basically all animations of my blob need to be stored in one single ZTP file, and you just draw from that. Is that correct?
Yeah. Everything gets combined into the ZTP. You load up the ZTP, and then you just kind of use it. You just display it. So this technically worked last time. I'm not sure how it's going to work this time. So what I have to do is I have to go over like a 1.5-year old code and see what happened with it. So well, first off, I'm in a new environment. Let me just try to build this thing and see if it actually captures and loads properly. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Oh, the other thing is the work area fix. I'll do that later. I'll do that later when you're not on stream, because I want to focus on the animations for now. But offline, combination of effort between XL2, Ponat, Waterfuel, and myself managed to... Oh, Ponat, you're here! Yeah. So... Okay, so Ponat's here, and he's actually super helpful because he's the one that helped me build the code, and I was stealing his animation code to begin with, last year. Okay, luckily everything seems to be working fine. Lighting effects are as I want them.
Those are test textures, Shane. We're gonna change them eventually, but I need time for that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be probably January before I figure out how to properly texture. I'm probably gonna buy a drawing pad and start to look into how to texture properly. But for now, I never did texturing before. That was always somebody else.
Hey man, so actually, if you need materials, I can use some of my sub money to help front you some equipment if you need it, if it's gonna help the game. Because that's basically the only thing that the sub money is good for is I don't use it for personal uses. I only use it for game development. So normally it goes into the annual competition. If it doesn't go in the competition, it's going into buying assets.
Well, if you want, I don't know. I was just planning on getting like the cheapest tablet I can find, like a €30 tablet, so I can start drawing because.
Well, that's around the budget I'm working on. Is about $50 because I don't the only subs I have are Shane and Pona, and they're Bezos money really. But yeah, if we want to update, because these are royalty-free textures from that website that we covered on last stream, it'll get uploaded eventually, and it works fine. But like you said, you want your own textures on here, so I'll let you have that creative freedom to just do whatever you want. Just make sure it looks good. But for the demo for January, I think this will work fine, and we need to focus on getting the animation stuff. Okay, so what?
Yeah. I've been playing around with that one texture, and I haven't been getting anything good out of it on 32 by 32 pixels. So I'll try. I've looked at some textures in Panzer Dragoon Saga, and they're not that complex when you get really up close to them. So I hope I can do something, but don't get excited. I'm not. I don't draw. I've never been an artist like that.
But you're forgetting that if you don't draw it, I'm gonna have to draw it. So it's not gonna be that much better. Let's see. This load room, I don't think I'm even using it. I think I'm using. Yeah, I'm not using load room objects, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. That's just a sample dungeon. The definition's already included in rooms. I have to go in and... Oops. Forget. Actually, why do I have this copy here? I don't need the copy anymore. Okay. So go into Seniriu, and then we'll try to go into room. I want to reduce the number of displays on screen because I need to know what I'm doing. So I think that's draw. Let me just figure out where the SL print is. No, you can stay. What in God's... Is that... Who even is that? It worked fine. Okay. If you actually look at it in the preview, it looks like it's probably supposed to look. I just don't know who that is.
Keanu Reeves?
Nah, it's a little too disheveled to be Keanu. Make sure I filtered out as many print statements as possible.
Who the hell is Ron Jeremy?
He's a porn star that I think recently went to jail. He's super famous, at least in America. Actually, I don't think he's in jail. I think he's on trial. But it looks like he's probably going to jail. Hey, where's the stuff? I didn't... What did I kill? All I killed was print statements. That's it. Oh, whoops.
I hope I can construct textures. I mean, the background was constructed by me. I didn't draw that. I just followed the tutorial and constructed it, and it looks good.
I mean, what really matters is that it looks good. That's about it. You can get away with a lot as long as it looks good, and we have the rights to it.
Yeah, the problem is just the resolution. I mean, at a proper resolution, I can start projecting stuff from high polys to low polys, like complex models to less complex models.
I mean, there's fundamental limitations when dealing with the Saturn, and part of that is, I mean, we can try to update the resolution, but it's going to slow down the game. So really, we should probably keep the resolution as it is. And, you know, and of course, every texture is going to have that color depth limit because we are using XL2's stuff. And
I don't think
what?
I don't think the color depth is the problem. The resolution is the problem.
Well, I mean, we can't get away from the resolution. Like, if you want to use bigger textures, that's one thing. But the screen size is what it is until we figure out a way to efficiently do bigger resolutions without, you know, breaking the game. Because right now we're what?
Not the screen resolution, texture resolution. I think I could even get away with 2-bit color if only I had larger textures.
Okay, but keep in mind, like when we're putting this on a CRT, it's gonna come out looking the same as it would with a smaller texture because these guys aren't gonna be that big. Not unless you're rubbing your face up against it. Even then, you're not really meant to be doing that. Okay, I don't know why I didn't plan this out better, but actually, let me go use the restroom real quick, and then we will try to implement the old animation code on the jelly for the game object. Okay, so room is fixed up, so we can ignore that for now. We need to go back and let me just do a. I don't need physics here. My draw. There's draw rooms, and then there's draw objects. This is the draw objects function. So display animated model, which means we should, let's see. Load reference. Load reference. I wonder if this will work if I just add in the jelly, because the jelly is something that I know we managed to get somewhat animated before, so I'm going to use it as a test. The thing is, I don't know if the file structure is any different because of the way that Load 3D model works. What we can do, let me go real quick into the GitHub and look at an old comment. I think stream number 17 was the last one I did before before taking that hiatus. So how do I see old comments? Crap, okay. Comet as C-O-M-M-I-T, I believe, or something like that. Shane with puns. Okay. Crap, how do I look at the old comments? That's the only tag that took? Oh, what happened to the old tags? Okay, if I can't figure out how to use old comments, and it's the vestigial code should still be in here somewhere, so maybe I'll just roll with it. So we'll load jelly. It's gonna be entity 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Entity number 5. So let's do. Let me make a. I'll put it up above the main loop. I mean, I managed to get things done that way, so I mean, it's not like it doesn't work most of the time. Load game objects. Void. I can even see the vestigial previous code structure I used to use. And slow gravity there. Okay, so what should I be? Initialize objects for testing. Okay, so let's create a game object. So we've already established that the entity ID should be 5. Angle. Let's go ahead and just kind of initialize these already. Zero X, 0 Y, and then put it like 5 forward or 4 forward on Z. I really like the Sonic Adventure soundtrack. I'm glad I have it on here. Okay, and then 0's all for rotation. Or maybe I should do 180 for the Y rotation. Beg to angle. 180.0. I'm sure that's actually proper and not something I just made up. But I'll check it later. Okay, and that should create a game object. That should be game object number 1. So that should increment our objects under game object up here when it gets created. There we go. This is going to have a off by 1 error. I should probably fix that later. Let's see if number of objects, max number of objects is 1. Num objects is, okay, no, that's gotta be correct. Okay. Set default animation is 0. So this should just be able to initialize the object. Uh-oh, lyrics. No lyrics on stream. 72030? Ah, crap. I think it's too late for me to change the video quality, isn't it? I knew there's something I forgot to set up. Crap. Okay, I guess this stream is going to be 720. It's going to be the odd one out from the 1080, 60 hertz I've been doing. No, I can't do it without interrupting the stream, and it's not really worth it. So you guys are just got to deal with slightly lower resolution. Why should I drop the bandwidth? I mean, I'll do it, but I don't know why. Oh, yeah, you got a point. I dropped it down to 3K. But really, Twitch should be handling that part.
Does Pronard have shitty internet?
Yeah, he's somewhere in the middle of America.
In the Bible Belt.
Oh, no, north of that. Bible Belt is like the deep south. Okay, so let me just go through real quick to see what we have. So we have create object, clone, destroy, closest, colliding. Okay, this is all physics stuff. So as far as game object is concerned, I'm done doing that. But to animate it, display animated model, game object, animation ID. I need to make an animation control for it though. That's the thing.
And I'm gonna go play with the keyframes. I just dropped in all the interpolated keyframes because it looked like XL2 did that too, but obviously he didn't. Oh, you have a baby.
Oh, it's nice to see the occasional XL2 pop in on stream. I can't even recognize his name because I hardly ever see it because it's got the K5 at the end. But thanks for popping in. Good luck with kid. We'll try to figure it out on our end. Maybe we'll just do. I think we're gonna have RAM to spare, so maybe we'll just do full-on keyframes per frame. Just hard code it. Okay, so let's make it a uniform. The heck is end frame?
Number of frames.
So I need to make an animation control. So let me just real quick.
Oh, end, not end, not end frame, but end with an D. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this should be load model at position. Okay, and then set up animation. So I forget how many animation frames Jelly actually had. It wasn't a lot, I don't think. Let me go back up. Let me just keep this other window open just in case. Phone has already got ringtones on it. What's going on? Pocket Mortys needs to tell me something about an update they're doing. That's why I got interrupted. Thank you, Rick and Morty. Go down and install you later. Oh no, did I delete? I deleted. I don't even know what I did. Let's go in the old project folders. No, not that one. That's my secret projects. Not Sadiator, Joe Engine.
I'm gonna write down some stuff I learned here. So, okay. Keyframes only.
Okay, I only have Jelly 1 through 4. Okay, it was super basic.
All keyframes in one.obj.
Okay, so let's animation control. Jelly test. So let's make it uniform. It has 26 animation rates. Did I comment on what an animation rate was? Well, maybe, Ah, crap, I have to use the restroom again. I don't know what I drank this morning. Make me freaking... Okay, just 1 minute. So you see, the problem from moving to the swamp to the desert is that you can't tell how to compensate for the different humidity, so you hydrate at different rates, and you don't know when you're overcompensating. That's all I'm going to say about that.
It's so weird. A country that's so big, you have deserts and all these other different climate types.
Well, that's what happens when you successfully create an empire and there's little resistance. Russia
Yeah,
could have done something similar.
the last time that happened here in the Mediterranean was when the Romans ruled, when Israel and Germany were part of or parts of Germany were part of the same nation, if you can call it a nation.
I mean, I would call it a nation. Ancient Rome was a nation, not a centralized government. Everyone paid taxes to Rome.
It's difficult. It's more like.
I mean, it's an empire, so maybe you could say there are component nations as part of it, but I mean, if you're paying taxes to someone, you're basically part of that country, which is what every time someone from China argues with me about the state of Taiwan, I was like, well, they don't pay taxes to Beijing, so you know.
Yeah, I know, but it's not a state in the modern sense of the word. Like modern nation states, like they came up in like the 15th, 16th century. It's different, but I'm not gonna get into that now. But yeah, it was one big thing. It had a centralized government. Yes, it had.
Shane's got a decent idea there. I don't know if I need to do that and bring my poop sock with me. Okay, so I'm reading here that the animation rate is not useful when the animation is uniform, so I'll get rid of that. Current frame, I'll just put it as 0, and I'll assume that is correct. Okay, so here's the thing. This thing is built for interpolation. So current frame and current keyframe, if we move on to pure keyframe-based animation, will be the same. Start frame 0, and there's 4 unit components, right? Not you. You. 1 through 4, so I guess it'll be number 3 for the end frame. Wait, animation constant, what's that? 8. Oh, because that's probably how it gets indexed or something like that. Like they're 8 separated or something. But here's the thing: animation controls should be handled by the animation master, right? So let me just do. Entity ID. Okay, animation control. So I got to do right into animation control number what? I said it was number 5, right? Let me just go up to where I'm loading stuff. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I need to write into animation master number 5. Let me just copy that. Animation number 0. Only 6 animations, so that's gonna be interesting.
Whoa, that moves.
That's a weird disparity, Shane. You know, they're supposed to be doing some sort of weird pizza roll, or not pizza roll, sorry, Hot Pocket promotion right now, where you get more bits than the Hot Pocket is worth if you buy enough of them. I'm not going to encourage people to eat Hot Pockets. I don't. That might be like a morally wrong thing to do, considering what they are. But yeah, there's a weird Hot Pocket promotion with Twitch bits. I forget where I saw it. I think it was in some sort of creators Discord or something like that. Pizza rolls. Okay. Well, maybe you can email me some pizza rolls later. Uh, I don't think it's the same thing. I don't even know if they're the same company.
I flew to America in 2016. Uh, I liked Washington D.C., but I don't think I can survive on the food there.
Yeah, they put sugar in everything here. You'll
It's
drink. You'll be drinking water from a faucet. It'll be sugar in it. So there's animation control. Crap.
I can survive on an Israeli supermarket or a Italian supermarket or a French one or a Spanish one, but I don't think I can survive on an American supermarket.
No, it's difficult trying to navigate around all the crap they put in the food here. Let's change that. Okay. Current keyframe C norm. Okay, so I have to rewrite this whole thing. First off, because we're going to be moving on to keyframes, because it's probably going to be easier to handle, and second, because they're all pointing toward the same entity ID, and that could be an issue. But let me see. Animation quality.
I just converted the buffer and it wasn't named correctly, the object in the buffer, and it didn't have.
Well, here's the thing. I know that Jelly has worked before, so I'm going to use that to make sure my code can actually run it. And if that runs, I'll switch over to the blob or the puffer.
No. I'm just explaining. It didn't have a proper texture and it didn't have a proper name, but it still worked. It's just freaking out now. It's like the animation is really fast with only 2 keyframes. So I'll probably see what I can do.
Oh crap! I have to give the. Sorry, I was just reminding myself. I have to give the animation control to the object so that it'll actually animate. Where's the animation control? I'm fairly certain Mountain Dew is some form of repurposed nuclear waste. I'm genuinely concerned for Ponut's health. Okay. Wait a minute. Object Annie. Annie's just a number.
Wait,
right?
but I thought like supermarkets like Giant, where I went when I was a kid, are open 24/7.
It depends on where you're at. Like generally, you can always go to a Walmart, and there's going to be one in your city somewhere that's 24 hours and has a grocery store in it, a super Walmart. Most grocery stores are going to be closed at like 7 or 8 or 9. And obviously COVID affects things. I remember that started becoming a problem for me back in February, where I needed to grab something late at night, and normally the 24-hour shop that's there is closed early, so I had to wait until the morning. It wasn't a big deal, but it was it clued me in that things were getting weird.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, there's Annie here, and we're grabbing it. But where are we grabbing it from? Current frame. Yeah, we're doing all this complex stuff to be able to interpolate to save some RAM, but we're going to be able to skip that, I hope. There does not appear to be anything using object Annie. Unless I'm going crazy here, but I don't see anything where object is grabbing its Annie. It might be an unused property. I thought I was looking at it for a second, but I guess not.
You should never grab any without consent.
No, wait. It's an argument. It's an argument in display animated model. There we go. Annie ID. Animation ID, animation 0. Okay, that's the animation that should be currently playing. That means when I create the model, here, or when I create the game object, creating the game object should set it to 0.
So you make an animation with an ID, and then you say you get these keyframes and those play out.
Yeah, so default animation is index 0. There's an animation master that sorts it by number of entities and number of animations that you can do. This is the wrong way to index that. But what I'm saying is I'm saying grab animation number 0. And that will do whatever it's doing.
How is that animation set up? Like, do you say, like, go do keyframe 0, 1, 2, or
Here's
what?
the thing. I thought you could set a keyframe sequence, and I don't even see where you can do that here. Like, it should be under the animation controller. I think it's under A rate. But the thing with animation rate is that it works great on stream, Shane. It just doesn't work because I think you have a variable size chat box. Ponent, while I go to the bathroom for like the 10 millionth time, sorry about this, can you try to remind me in chat how we managed to do choosing which animation frames would play? I thought there was some sort of part of the animation controller was... Okay. Well, we basically took Ponot's original code, so I don't know how much he's changed it since then, but we'll take a look as soon as I'm back.
Okay, thanks, Bonut. I'm just hoping you can play stuff backward, like play keyframe 1, 2, 3, and then play it in reverse, like go 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. So open up and close again. Like a chest or something.
Okay, so I don't suppose you could drop us a link to your GitHub real quick before I go searching for it. Ponot 64 GitHub stuff. I don't know if I have it. I searched for Ponot 64 GitHub, and the first thing I get is my own code. Well, at least I'm showing up on Google. That's nice. Thanks, Ponot. Yeah, I gave him credit in a comment in some of my code. He's showing up when I search his name in GitHub. Yeah, it's Pono64, so it's not like I'm... Here, let me watch this. Okay. I'll log in later. I want to show you guys that.
Pono just explained to me that you can play stuff in reverse, which is nice because then you can cut like 2 additional frames down to 3, from 5 to 3.
Okay, so my problem is that crap. Okay. So I can't tell. Okay, these seem to be frame timings, but I don't know what how to define frame sequence. Because that's animation rate, but it's not telling me. So Pono, can you have a multi-frame sequence? Is that a thing you can do? It looks like the way that this code is structured, you're like putting an animation sequence between 2 specific keyframes, the start frame and the end frame, and it's just grabbing those 2 keyframes and interpolating between the 2. I don't know if he went off to work already. Okay, I'll have to figure it out. So how did he do his animations? There's a norm. Okay, so really I can only animate against 2 different meshes then, more or less, the way this is built. Let me just try building this and see if it even comes up. I did not call the function that does the thing I need to do, so it's not going to do anything. Alright, there's load game objects. So it's just going to load 1 game object for me, the jelly. That's on index 5.
Why does Pono need to work on Sunday?
America? Draw objects. Okay, load test game objects. So I can already see from the structure of my old code, the problem with the animations was that when you change the display code for one animation, you kind of change it for everything else. So when I wanted multiple objects, it would animate all of them at once. Did it just break on me? What was the error? I didn't see an error. Degree to angle. I knew it. I knew I made that up. Okay, so then let's go over to room. Okay. Build environment, projects, Seniriu. Let's go to room and actually find out the actual to ang deg to ang. Okay. It's overcompensating. So where do I load that crap in? Try again. It's where they didn't throw up a compilation error before at the very end about that non-existent function. Okay.
I'm gonna drop out in a bit.
Oh, okay.
I have 2 ZTP files which are doing something. One is half broken but still works with 2 keyframes, and the other one has a bunch of keyframes and is better set up better. That's a blob, and they both do something in the they move in the preview. So
all right. Well, okay. So I guess I'll be working on my own for now, since everyone's more or less popping off to do their own thing. But I think I can figure this out. The problem is my old animation code to display, it's not even trying.
Well, I wasn't gonna help you with the code anyway.
No, you're here for moral support. But yeah, whenever you pop off, I'll go ahead and say goodbye, and then I'll just kind of keep grinding on this on my own, and hopefully, if Pono... actually, Pono's probably going to be working all day, so I'm truly on my own on this one. Let me just figure out if I can do this properly. So we call this old, and I'll try to build it from the ground up. So this is going to be display animated model. Handles animations by keyframe per frame. So let me just hard code in a keyframe sequence.
Who is Shane?
He's a friend of mine. He's Millennium Shane 90. He's on chat. He actually basically completely supports the stream more or less by giving me his version of Jeff Bezos' money along with making sure all the audio-visual stuff works.
I'm just asking because I've never seen that name on the Sega Extreme forum.
He's not a dev. He's more like a collector enthusiast. So he hangs out on his own Discord server, and I'm there too, but he's not much of a Sega Extreme guy. Let's see. You're on Discord, but you're not in the Sega Extreme Discord. At least you're a member on there, but you're never actually like there. Like you don't like lurk or comment or anything. I never actually see you popping in chat, so I guess you're just lurking really hard.
When somebody says lurking, I always think of Gothic 1.
That game had ridiculously convoluted controls. At least from what I remember. The Gothic series I've never liked the control scheme of.
One of the finest games to ever come out of Germany.
That was the Germans?
Oh yeah, it's a German game, and I exclusively play the German version with the German dub. I would never play that game in English. It's meant to be played in German. It's great. They even have that German band in the town.
Okay, so I'm basically going to be hard coding a lot of stuff here. Max. Okay, last frame. Okay. Num frames is equal to 10. Okay, so first off, let's just see if we can't take the draw command out of here. So it's literally just SL put poly. Current data. You're gonna have to take that up with dibs. Thing is, it's hard to define what a role would be there because it's just kind of like an open forum. Like, otherwise, it just kind of, like, it could devolve into a dick measuring contest. Like, hey, why don't I have, like, the dev role or contributor role or something like that? So, current data. First off, where is current data?
I have the feeling everyone on that Discord is basically just this is basically a programmer, and everything else is severely underrepresented, like modeling, texturing, artists,
That's
musicians.
probably not inaccurate. A lot of people are using assets from other games like Quake and Doom and stuff, or other games' music. Pretty much everyone on there is more or less a coder if they're going to be working on something, or some sort of hacker where they're like jury rigging hardware. Um, I definitely have a disagreement with the overall consensus of, well, it's not really a consensus. It's more like an overall attitude of people who are really impressed when you get the hardware to do something difficult technically. And I care more about player facing content. I care more about like making the game part of the game rather than the engine behind the game. But because the Saturn is so difficult to program for, a lot of people that tend toward using the Saturn, or making stuff for the Saturn, are people that want to do technical achievements.
Okay, it makes
Yeah,
me definitely a unicorn in that forum
yeah,
because I can't code.
yeah.
I can
There
do
are not a
Blender.
lot of artists on there. You're one of the few that I know of. And then it's like whenever someone like makes a box art from like a Facebook group, that ends up being like they're not here on Sega Extreme. They're off in the Facebook groups or some other forums or something doing stuff, and there are artists out there actually making stuff related to the homebrew that people like XL2 were making. And I actually managed to introduce XL2 to one of the guys. I don't know if it was Saturn Dave or if it was someone else. It might have been Saturn Dave. I don't know if I'm remembering that wrong. I probably am. But XL2 adopted the box art of some guy that posted on the Facebook group. But the two are not communicating. Like Sega Extreme feels like kind of like an isolated community almost. It's grown a lot over the last 2 years or so, but it's still kind of like the people that talk there are mostly there, sometimes on the Joe Engine forums, but usually on the Sega Extreme forums and Discord. And there's not a lot of crosstalk between the other parts of the Saturn community. Granted, the other part of the Saturn community is largely on Facebook, and it's a pretty awful in terms of like just a lot of people are there are just trolls or belligerently arguing over stuff that doesn't matter, or, some stupid crap like that. But we definitely need to attract more people that have skills besides just C.
Yeah, I would like to see more collaborations like what we are doing right now.
It's
That's
very
some
hard.
that,
Yeah, it's very hard to get collaboration. And the last time we discussed something like that, I believe it was the Doom port, and it was only a handful of us. I think it was me and maybe Pona, and I think Trekkies were the ones interested in actually working on something, but it never actually came together because uh, well, everyone's got their own projects, especially right now with the competition coming up in a few weeks, and more or less. I think it got slightly derailed when XL2 basically said, "Oh, it should be doable if you do this, and that." And really, it's a combination of, it's not super technically impressive compared to everything else that people are working on, and it's not your game, so you don't care as much. So like, I never put any work into it. I don't know if anyone else ever put any work into it. I think it just never got past the talking stage. But that was the one and only time I ever came close to like a collaboration with any other guys. I'd love to work on a bigger project. I mean, I guess this is a bigger project considering the scope of what I have planned, but it's all stuff that could be like procedurally generated, so it's not going to be a lot of content generation for me. Uh, but I mean, with you on board, yeah, it's actually a huge relief on my part being able to think I can actually finish this thing.
yeah, I'd really like to do something pre-rendered where somebody would, I don't know, help me get. I've already gotten some stuff on screen. People have seen it, but I just like to have a cursor on screen or a picture or a
I
movie.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, a movie is a different thing. I have to learn Cinepack. It's doable. Trekkies would be the guy to talk to about that. But as far as getting like basic sprites on screen and controlling it, Joe Engine has everything you need, and I think like Forsaken Plane has enough stuff in it to steal from. But I think at this point, Forsaken Plane is already out of date, and the new version of Joe Engine can handle everything you need to do there. So it's not out of bounds. And if you want to do like a mini project after the contest is over, maybe we can do something like that, like a crappy version of Mist or something, where we just kind of keep reloading the background images. Um, That would actually be a pretty quick project.
Oh, well, I don't know about that because I've been doing pre-rendered scenes, so it's a lot of work there. But maybe for you it wouldn't be so much work because
It would be too bad for me, but if you had a whole bunch of images you want to string together to make like a little crappy visual novel, it's doable. I have all the code necessary to do that. I have text display code. I have background loading code. I can move sprites around, so I could probably hook it up with the mouse support. I actually have a Saturn mouse right next to me, so I can actually test it out on real hardware. Yeah, it would be doable if you wanted to try making like a mini Mist.
yeah, I'd like to do a mini Mist. It would like I don't know, Shin Megami Tensei meets Mist.
Yeah, so SMT. I've been waiting for someone to translate the Saturn version of SMT. I know it's been done on DS, but I want like to play it on the Saturn. I'm not like a fan of SMT, but I respect the franchise. I played Persona 5. I tried to play the first one. Well, not the first one. SMT, not MT. For the SNES. I also tried to play the NES version. Both of them kind of dragged on for me.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not doing the same genre. I'm doing I'm doing the same genre. It's set in. I want to set it on a modern day island with an Asian society I made up by myself, so I don't have to learn anything from other societies. I can just steal, and it's gonna be demons, and it's gonna be set in a modern city, and but it's not gonna be like Persona, and like it's gonna be JRPG. It's gonna be like Mist or Riven,
Okay.
like
Okay, so like just kind of like character interaction and not so much JRPG stat
yeah,
grinding.
it's a point and click adventure. You click somewhere, you go somewhere, you combine items, you rub Y against X, and that's it.
Yeah. So Shane, with regards to emulation, I think the problem isn't power; it's programming. Because you have to get the specific interactions and the borderline behavior to work out for all these different chips. I don't know that Yaba Sanshiro is. Oh yeah, okay. Well, I guess updates would be the operative word there. I don't know that it's a problem with the RetroPie as much as just whatever emulators out there. I think Yaba Sanshiro should be the most worked on emulator, the one for Android.
Yeah, I've been using RGB Pi, but it works great. But the community and the devs and the moderators are a bit toxic, and that's a bit annoying. But the cable works great.
Yeah. So that's the problem when you get deeper and deeper into a programming environment, the people become I don't want to say less personable, but definitely more abrasive. It's you get more people that don't realize how much they know and how much more they need to communicate the ideas from a baseline because of where they're at, how much experience they have compared to a new person. So it's very intimidating. Oh my goodness, this song is terrible. What is that?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off now. It's
Yeah.
and I'll be seeing you probably in 1.5 hours or 1 hour, somewhere
There
around that.
there is a very good chance I will still be working on animations by then, but I think I have a plan here to try and get this to work. So yeah, you go off and do whatever you need to do, and just give me a poke on chat when you're back in, and you can come join back in on voice if you want. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna attempt to create this keyframe display code.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll be back.
All
So until later.
Yeah, like.
Bye.
Okay, so oh, I missed out when you sent me those patched emulator tutorials. I would be interested in seeing what emulation on Saturn and Android would look like when it's properly set up. I could never get it right. It would be nice to be able to test my own stuff on my phone. At least it'd be interesting. It's not an Android. Oh, okay. Raspberry Pi. The only Raspberry Pi I have is dedicated to being a Dream Pi, so I'm not sure if I'm ready to double up on some other stuff. Okay. So current P data. Let's just see every time current P data gets manipulated. Object P data start. But P data start so P data start is going to be itself a pointer. So I just have to track every time that thing gets manipulated. Yeah, I mean, I've got Mendefend working on here just fine, so... And I've also got the Saturn, like, with a Sadator in it, so... I don't really have a call for any more emulation, really. Save for maybe, like, the PS2, if my PS2 starts to act up. Oh boy. So let's, I'm probably doing this wrong, but let me see. There is a division by 8 for the current keyframe. But I think that's compensating for how we're doing the interpolation, so I think I could just do straight up. Copy the keyframe. This is a boring song. Yeah, I don't like this one either. Or that. What's it with Phantasy Star 3 and this really grating sound quality? Okay, so we're going to handle this. So now current frame is going to refer to current frame in sequence in animation sequence. Just here, we're just going to clamp it back down to 0. Just to double check, current frame set keyframe. There we go. This should be pretty straightforward. So we iterate the current frame, and that's just going to grab the next animation keyframe in the sequence. Simple enough. Now, how do we actually make sure that's what gets drawn? Oh boy. Okay, so we have to figure out a way to grab the actual mesh I want to display. I think that's the thing. Okay. Animation. And the animation that the current model is grabbing. So current model. Where's current model even defined? Current model is an entity. So the entity has an animation object. I might have to dig into ZT for this one. No, not that one. Where is entity defined? Not there, not there. There. So animation struct. There we go. Has verts and normals. Set textures, load animations. Okay. Let's go back to Ponut's code and see if the way he's drawing stuff is any different. Draw stats, player draw. Draw animation. Where is that thing? Nope. Or wait, undo. So, thing is, where does he keep that? It's not in draw. Is it under some sort of model? Start address, model, Model T data. So he's got the same thing I got. The problem is I don't know what Model T data even is. So let's see. Load animations. Let's see if that actually pops up automatically. Okay, so loading the ZTP file should automatically handle that. That's good. Okay, let's see what else do I have to do? Okay, so we have the master entity. It's only one mesh return. I'm not too worried about that right now. Animation quality. Frame rate. At one point, I understood all this. Okay, let me see. Animation master. Wow, what is going on? Current keyframe is less than animation master. That's the actual animation loop, okay. Thing is, I need to figure out what's actually needed for interpolation and what isn't. Animation master, okay. Well, this could have been commented better, but I doubt I even understood what I was doing at the time. Okay. Current and next frames. You know what? That's probably correct. Let's take that. Line 102. So we grab the C verts from... Oops. Oh, okay, what did I just do? Oh, I closed it. Oops. Okay, so we have current C-verts on line 102. So I think this is part of the interpolation. I don't think I have to do this. I don't need to apply linear interpolation here. But DST, so the current point table. I might need to do something with that. Okay, so this is part of the interpolation here, the comp help and the bit shift due to animation quality, then the magic number 8. But source, that current keyframe. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we just okay, so I think I know what we can do here. I do not like this. It's next song. That one's a bit excessive, so let's next one. Okay, we'll take that. So this part, we're going to write animations to well, let's take the register. Okay, well, I'm not gonna argue. Okay, so starting from basically the top. So this is going to be indexing register per quad, I guess. I need to grab the wait a minute. So no. I don't need to be here anymore. So the keyframe is simply the CVert for the current frame. And next is next. So let's grab... Wait. Here. Okay. Now, do we actually need next, though? That's the thing. I don't think we need any of this stuff. I think we are just going to grab the current keyframe. Based off of this. I can use this. Use this source. So first off, this can go away. We're not using this anymore. This is part of the interpolation. So we're not doing this. However, the bit shift to the 8 still seems to happen. So let's keep that in there for now and see if that works. Take normal lookup table and apply it. I think this is all we need to do is this part. And this will... This doesn't look correct. Right. This looks like it's writing the animation verts to current P data. So this is the current current P data normals, and we need to fix the normals, otherwise the draw commands will probably sort them incorrectly or call them. And then so there's the normals, and then there is the normals for current animation frame, and then we apply the normals. Alright, see you, Shane. I'll be good on my own for now. Normal X, Y, Z. No way does this actually work. And this never actually comes up. I just need to grab this animation sequence. Okay. Thing is, last time it just crashed, so I don't even know if this is gonna run. It could be something to do with the way it loads the animation, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't even want to run this time. Okay, so let's see what's actually breaking it. So there is inside the main loop, load game objects. This feels like it should be fine. So the draw command. My draw. Okay, so that worked, but it looks like the background for some reason didn't load. And the draw command is not executing. No, I commented out the draw command. That wasn't the issue. Why isn't the background being loaded? That's interesting. It was working before, so maybe loading that model broke it. So let's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, whoops. 6. Let's try that. Okay, just need a quick sanity check. So I wasn't even loading the ZTP, which is probably the first problem. Which means the loading code might have screwed something up when I created the object. Okay, that worked. So let's uncomment out the actual draw command. Well, what do you know? The jelly is back. I can't wait till Biorex comes back on to see this. And it's oriented, apparently, correctly. I remember the blue face being the front. Okay, so let's see. Y should be probably -1. And we can try to slow down that animation. So let's 30 frames of animation, right? So 30 frames per second, that means over 1 second we should go through a full cycle. So let's surprised how well that worked out. That was super quick. Interpolation is difficult, apparently. Okay, 5, 10... 20, 30. Okay, 30. There's 4 frames. 30, but... Well, 4 frames becomes 7 if you're looping back and forth, but 7 could really be 6. So 30 by 6, that means 5 frames per. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This becomes 2. This becomes 1. Now it should be a full 30-second looped animation. That means I can pretty much junk the old animation code and just completely redo everything. It occurs to me that I automatically flipped around to the negative y-axis, so maybe I should, or don't I? Well, we'll find out. Ahaha! He still even has the angry face. The animation vertices are not what I remember them to be. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's the issue. There's that problem I was mentioning before with the normals. Okay, we gotta fix something. So, okay, here we're writing the vertices. Looks like that part's working. Normals might not be working. Okay. Current keyframe. See norm. Current keyframe. Is the model itself broken? Well, let's test a hypothesis by... Oh, this is old. So, Biorex, I believe, has provided for me... Not textures. Oh, wow. No more of that. New computer, new playlist. I have to do filtering all over again. So, blob. Let's see if that'll do it. Drop blob in here. Now, I have a feeling it's my code, but just in case, we'll test it with something that I have more confidence was created correctly. Blob. Let's see what Biorex has crafted. Okay. to load. Huh, there is no blob here. Oh, there's something. Oh boy, how big is this guy? Oh, okay, there's something going on here. Did he somehow export it without a graphic or something? It looks broken somehow, but also it's displaying something. Problem is I can't tell what's going on with the whole... Okay. Great. So I can't tell how to get this thing consistently on screen. Maybe I need to reduce the room count. Maybe it's interfering with... It probably isn't. Sort of. There's something fundamentally wrong going on here that I need to fix, and I believe it has to do with the way I'm handling the normals. I think I'm doing the normals incorrectly. I just did one room display. Oh. Well, now that you're back, I've got animation kind of working. Now, somehow, the blob... Oh, it's probably backface culled from underneath, because it's probably supposed to be on the floor or something, but it's huge! What kind of scale did he make this? Oh, boy. I don't understand. Why does it keep moving? Okay, so I can't use the blob. Let's go back to the jelly. Well, I'm not really focusing on that right now, because I have a skybox I can use. It's not great, though. And right now we're just using the static background. If I can figure out how to get the background moving, that'd probably be a better approach, because there's more color depth. The skybox would be limited to 16 colors per face. Okay, so blob is not functioning at the moment. Let us try Puffer. Puffer. Change the loading script here. Because I have no idea what scale he exported this model to, but that blob was freaking huge. Bet you we have the same issue. Oh boy. Okay, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Because if I cross through this border, I should be able to see this room too. So where is... I see nothing. Yeah, I can't verify that these models actually work though. Probably because they're too big. I bet this buffer, like, if I just back out enough, it'll probably show up somehow. Just not well. Okay, we have to go back to the jelly. Now, I'm fairly certain the normals on the jelly are correct. It doesn't seem like something I would screw up. But it is old. It should work. The CTP file format has not changed in a year and a half. Okay, so Wait a minute. Why does it disappear then? I know what's happening. I go over here, and it shows up over there. The normals aren't wrong. The position of the model is. I'm automatically swapping it to the next room. Okay, let's get this guy a little bit closer. Let's not put him so far away. The normals are being handled right. It's the physics. I reset the coordinate system every time I change rooms. Where did I freaking load that guy in? You. Okay, yeah. 0. Let's do 0. Okay. This doesn't explain why the blob and puffer don't work. I need to wait for Biorex to get back on to fix that. But I have working animations? It feels a little too early to call it. But the jelly is jellying. Here, there he is. Now, the animation's upside down because I exported this thing kind of wrong. But that's to be expected. It's a 1.5 years old. But look at that. So now I need to be able to handle multiple jellies. So if I put a second jelly right next to him. There we go. Second model. At position. I need to change the way how I handle the animation masters too. Really, they should be components. I should have an array of animation controllers as portions of objects, and I need to. At least I think that what's going to have to happen is I'm going to have to copy over the entire P data from one to another. I think I might want Ponut's help for that one. Is it going to be 90 or minus 90? I don't know which one. Now, if I recall correctly, I think because of the way I handle the entities, I'm just pointing toward a master list that me overwriting the animation frame is going to get both of them animated. Should probably back them up a little bit more. Okay, so let's change how things are. Okay, first off, let's get these guys to back up. Second, let's give the game object an actual animation property. So let's animation controls. So the way SGL works is that it's going to hold a series of pointers and sort through them with Z-sort or whatever for every quad that it's going to draw. So if I transform the quad on one, try to draw it, and then move on to the next one, they're both going to end up the same way by the time this gel gets around to drawing them. So I need to copy the entity data properly. Crap. Oh, I really wish Ponut were on right now. He would know what to do. I need to figure out how to copy data explicitly. So what I can do, I'm sure somewhere else in my code, there is a place where I copy stuff. So let's... Okay, Emerald, Nova, GitHub. Should be like the first thing you find. There we go. So how do I search through this entire code package for... Why is that a shortcut? Huh. Okay. What about the model loader? The model loader is not part of this? Uh-oh. It didn't add in the model loader. That's a separate issue. That's why. Okay, there's probably an extra Git folder in there or something like that. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. Well, that'll be fixed in the next comment. So in here, there should be something I use somewhere. We'll use a... I mean, I'm just looking at the code I'll have right here. I might as well just search through this. So one of these guys copies stuff from one place to another. What's UE? Oh, okay, I've never heard of them. Okay. What is this? Oh, PSU. Always PSU. Okay, first off, I don't need this. Don't need this or this right now. To be honest, I do not recall. I just got some random crap from GameStop because I had a coupon. It was probably on sale. Okay, so for display animated model works, that means display animated model old can get junked. Years back, actually, the blue ones, I think I still have them. If you're talking about the blue headphones that I got forever ago, based on your recommendation, yeah, I still have them. In fact, they're on my shelf to my left over there. What am I trying to do right now? Trying to figure out if I actually use an animation control at all here. It looks like everything is just part of a part of the object itself, and then grabbing information from the model. Alright, well, have fun with that. Meantime, I gotta figure out two things. First off, I need to figure out how to get my animations to be controlled programmatically as opposed to hard-coded. So I have this thing. What I really want to do is I want to hand that off to some sort of animation controller, like this. Okay, so max animations. I don't know, I'm going to use animation constant anymore. I'm surprised how much attention that gets, because it feels like you're literally watching paint dry, in a way. So like people just like come in to just watch something get 3D printed. It seems kind of weird to me. Okay, max animations, max frames. I'll let them do like 40 frames of animation. Okay. So we'll have a frame tracker for the frame sequence, and then when last frame comes up, we make sure we loop it back to the first frame. Eight-bit integer. That's like 256 maximum, right? Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 decimal. Okay, yeah, 255. So 256 combinations. Current frame, current keyframe. Yeah, okay, so we can have up to max frames in current frame. And current keyframe is going to be however many, I guess. I don't know. Start frame and end frame feel kind of redundant now. Animation control struct. Number of frames in an animation. Includes these are going to be definitions. Structs. gives, okay, so this gives total number of frames in animation, gives keyframe sequence for animation. Current frame index, current keyframe, so we should probably give a game object. An animation controller. Anycon. It's fixed size, so we don't need to make it a pointer. We no longer need to track animation masters. Animation index list. Okay, that'll do for now. Okay, so we'll leave those there. You don't need old anymore. Okay, so when we create the game object, game object, okay, so that's display. So game object, when I create it, I should probably sanitize the animation control for it. Sanitize animation, okay, initialize, really. Initialize animation controller. Wonder if I have any of the old stuff in here. Position, rotation, entity pointer. Oh, here we go. P data. So where's P data master? Okay. So did I already solve this problem forever ago? I don't think I did. But this is the approach I would have taken to do so. P data start. So P data start should be that's what I should be drawing, is object P data start. So when I draw, what do I actually draw? Current P data. Well then. Let's see what I need. Current animation index. Okay, so when I create... Okay, copy pdata. Anycon. I'll just copy all this information. Anycon, okay, so we need to set current animation to 0. And then set up a for loop. Less than. Got J, X frames. Okay, so that means Anycon last frame I will equal 0. I J equals 0. Current animation, current frame, and current keyframe. 0. Okay, so everything should be initialized to 0. And if I want to change it after the initialization, I need to refer to the master object list. Game object 0. Any control. Or Anycon dot. What is this? Nope. So we go Anycon. Inside Anycon, we have current animation. It's equal to 1. I'll make it 0. Okay, so we have current animation. Wait a minute, current frame index. Okay, that's, we don't really need to fix that actually, but let's set it up anyway, just in case. Current frame, and then current keyframe. Okay, so we have last frame. It's going to be number of frames. 0. We have last frame, and then we're going to have frames. So last frame, I guess I'm just going to make 0, and then frame I'm going to make... So this guy should be truly idle, not doing anything. I guess I can give him 2 things to do. And this guy's going to be super active. He's going to be, let's see, 7 frames. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So this guy should twitch a little bit. This guy should twitch a whole bunch. Or maybe I should change the speed too. Let's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last frame is 5. Then we gotta alternate or alter animation in order to do that. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Object.anycon dot what? Current animation. Anycon current animation. No, that's the current animation. Number of frames should be last frame. Anti-dex, okay. I don't need to define the animation sequence, I got to loop through it. Maybe I have to do this. Animation sequence is actually going to be object anicon frames. First index is going to be anti-dex, and second index is going to be current frame. Number of points, number of polygons. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. 2 quads. Okay, so if I'm right and something is fundamentally broken with how we're addressing the animations, then both animations should show up as the full gamut of animation going quickly at 1 frame per frame. Oh boy. Too many arguments. Oh, 294. Yeah. Current animation should now handle that. Okay, dot. Doesn't like the dots. Current Annie is not a member of Anicon. Yeah, it is. What are you talking about? Do I need to... Do I need to do this crap? No, because it's not a pointer. It should just be a property of it. Anicon should be an animation control. Animation control has the property current Annie. Wait. Okay, first off, no lyrics. It's distracting. Yeah, this is probably not any better. Or that. What is going on? In main, does main include, main might not include animation. That might be a problem. But game object should include animation. It doesn't! What? Let's include both just in case. Animate? Oh, it's animate, not animation. Okay, so it doesn't like the way I'm initializing this. Game object is an unknown type on animate.h. Huh? Okay. So game object is a struct defined here. Okay. Animate.h line 51. But it's included. You should know what it is. I'm gonna use the restroom again real quick, and then we'll figure out what's going on here. Okay. So game object doesn't know what it is from animate, but it's getting pulled in main. For some reason, BG is getting pulled into this somehow. I don't know how, but no, wait, I don't need to be scrolling down all this. Okay, load game objects. Let's keep that. Let's keep draw. Draw. Load reference. And keep that there. It's loading BG. What's BG doing? Just loading input. So, what the heck does input have to do with game object? Oh, crap. But we're getting all the way to... None of that. Not helpful. There we go. So how do we get... in file included here. So animate isn't even included here. So somehow animate is not talking to game object. Unknown type game object. Yeah, I need to suppress those kinds of things. So really, the only problem is it doesn't want to compile because of some weird inclusion loop type deal. I don't know what's going on here. But it should be able to handle a game object. What can I change in order to make it more amenable? Maybe I can move background down somehow, but I don't think that should help. That didn't help. Still doesn't know what a game object is. I made H. Display animated model. Game object to object. We don't use this anymore. Let's keep that there for now. This is no longer valid. I don't get it. Why won't it play nice with this thing specifically? Separate 3D. Okay, that's new. I'm not even using separate 3D right now. Game object H16. There's a circle of includes happening somewhere that I need to clean up. It shouldn't have to be cleaned up, but it does need to be cleaned up, apparently. But I need that pointer, the game object. So is it declared incorrectly somehow? I mean, all my structures are basically built the same way, so I don't think it... Okay. GameObject.h included in separate 3D. I think it's separate 3D we're not even using right now, so why are we calling it? Where is it even called? It's called from main. You know what? Let's grab this, move it down, see what happens. Oh boy, well, it's got different problems now. Animate.h number 9. I need game object and animation control to talk to each other. The animation control is the correct name for that. Okay, let's maybe ask the internet. Let's see if oh, why is this so wide? Let's see if Google knows why unknown type name C struct. I'm using that, using a type destruct with the alias on it. this is what I'm doing already. So maybe I can try to sneak in this double language that he's using here. Type def struct. Struct tag. Okay. Let's see if that helps. Okay. That didn't help. I'm going directly from main to animate. And then when I get to game object, I do game object before I do animate? This is not the right way of fixing it. Unknown type name game object inside of animate. It's included. Circular reference. You know what? Maybe I can move... Since the animation control apparently is dependent... Oh, it shouldn't be, though. Let's do it this way. Entity... ID... Okay, what do I grab from an animation control, or from game object I actually need? The P data star. Son of a... Okay. No, that wasn't ever... Okay. Let's grab this. Structs. Okay, so now that errors are straightened. Okay, create object. There's a real error now. Okay, so in gameObject.c and line 84, some sort of syntax error. I can handle that. What's the problem? Expected equals. Oh. It's supposed to be this. Am I that bad at C that I don't remember how to do a for loop? No. No. That was working before, right? Maybe I am that bad at C that I forgot how to do for loop. Yeah, it's semicolon. I don't know what is wrong with my brain. Try again. Oh boy. More errors. Max Annie undeclared here. 28. But Max Annie is here. Oh no, don't make me do that. Don't make me move all the animation logic into game object. It shouldn't happen like that. It's defined. and included here. So it should show up. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, you know what? Let's move this back into animate. But move the function into game object. Okay, so this is a different error now, right? Yeah, okay, just a bunch of warnings I can ignore, and then display animated model. Game object has no member name current frame. Oh, okay, yeah, I just forgot to switch it over to the animation control. That's it. Line 241. Current frame. Current keyframe 247. I could probably get rid of current keyframe and just keep it inside of this. In fact, maybe I could just do that. Okay, let's try that. Oh boy, I am going to lose my freaking crap. Okay. Let's try doing the thing that I said I can't do and include it in here. Animation control from number 58. Animation control is included in animate. It's defined right there. Should probably do that. Then we're going to need to do this include. Okay, I need to probably do a restructure of the includes. Oh my goodness. Multiple definitions of enums. Okay, well, apparently CTA norm is not sanitized. Try again. I need to come up with like a rigid hierarchy for this kind of crap. For one way in. Okay. Okay, game object.c, that's probably where it needs to go then. That's probably what that comment was about. Okay, so rolling back to what I was actually doing before, if I can remember what's going on, is that I should have two different animations set up for these guys. And neither appear to be playing. Okay. Well, at least we're somewhere. I had animations and now I don't. So when I actually initialize these objects, okay. Should be current animation. So current animation should become animation index. That looks right. Okay, so I should be writing the normals. So is this thing even getting called? Display animated model should be in my draw, right? Current animation, current frame, current keyframe, all 0. Last frame. Okay, maybe last frame. That might be the issue. Maybe they're not grabbing last frame correctly. Let's make sure I'm grabbing this thing correctly. Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's try int object objects. That would actually probably solve a lot of my problems too. Hmm. No more of that. So change all these references to just addressing the master list. I can stay. Just need to manipulate the object information. This all looks right. Let's see if that worked. So I had animations and then I didn't. Well, now something's not working. So, what changed? Let's comment this whole thing out. So you just create an object, have position, rotation, do the loaded reference for entity number 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that'll throw things off. Because now drawing is done by index and not by reference. Yes, okay, let's try that. Yeah, I was probably trying to grab something that shouldn't have been grabbed. Okay, so he's there. He's not animating though. Why is he not animating? Okay, so let's figure that out. Let's I could probably move this back over to animate now that it's index based. So in here we should do a print statement. So let's go copy one from input. And it started on 6. Let's see if the current frame is actually updating. Num frames. Num frames should be AnyDex. AnyDex is current animation. Current animation. Okay, so let's just see how I'm initializing. So current animation should be 0. Last frame. Grab from 0 should be 3. Okay. I mean, it shouldn't be 3, it should be 13.
count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now I think about it, this is probably not going to work because this is 8. So let's try 2 fixed. Double check. Okay. I didn't move A norms over, and I should have. Wonder if this will break anything. Bruh. Unknown type name animation control in game object.h. You know what it is. It's over here. That might be an issue. Display animated model. I'm gonna skip that for now. Oh, that should have worked. Why didn't it work this time? Animate.h. Number 9? Including game object, okay. What? No, that's totally a member of animation control. It's the first error. That's the first error. Unknown type name animation control. Okay, I have to move this right back to where it came from. Really shouldn't have to do that, but I do. So animation basically has nothing in it. Because for some reason the sanitized includes do not do their job. object.h. So let's get rid of that then. Unknown reference to frame rate from main.c. Crap, I missed that. Multiple definitions, sync con. Okay, so all right, fine. Finally, okay. All right, so Jelly is doing his thing. Feels a bit fast, but okay. So then this guy should be one, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. So this one should be very slow. 7 frames per keyframe, 2 keyframes. This guy should be much faster. Let's see how that works out. Now there's 2 of them. Now they're not moving. Keyframe are not changing. Why would that be? Also, the frame count is not counting up to 13 like it should. Oh, okay, I know what happened there. Okay, so one of them is swapping to keyframe 1. But not really. The other one is not swapping to any keyframes. Might be the first issue. Second issue, current animation. We have object decks, we have anti decks. Okay, let's try that again. So it looks like it's not even grabbing the right keyframe. Somehow that's getting rewritten. And considering that I just made that struct today, there shouldn't be any other code that could do that besides the one I just wrote. Seem to be doing anything. So this one looks like he's filtering through the okay, so the keyframes look right now. The display clearly does not. So wherever I'm copying the vertices, that might be the issue. Okay, so it's grabbing it from the master models, and we should be writing it into current P data. So when we create the game object, not that, not that, not that. No, I don't like this one. P data sizes, entity ID. Okay, so it looks like we're creating a space in memory for it to exist in. Object 1. Okay, so again, let's comment one out, see if that causes it to load up properly. He's not animating though, so then that's not the problem either. Maybe I can cause this to be actually properly. Let me just try to get him stuck on a high degree of animation. So he'll do it. He will take at least one frame of animation. What if I try to rapidly oscillate? Alright. So he'll animate. Let's try the same thing for object, well, this is object 0 actually. Let's try object 1. This one should be a lot more gradual. Well, not more gradual, but more smooth. Frame count 0, keyframe 0. He's not iterating through the keyframes. Because I didn't set the number of objects. Oh. So he's animate. I can get one to animate, I can get the other animate, but if I try to activate both... something weird is going on. I'm not sure if I can figure out what. They're both animating the same way. Okay, let me see if I can't prove this. Oh, that last frame might have screwed things up. Okay. So how do we evenly divide up 6 frames of animation? Okay, 5. I just did this. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Well, let's hope this works. No, they're both stuck on the same animation, but the frames on the second model are working correctly. So we're tracking frames right, we're drawing wrong. Yeah, these are the original jellies. This is the crappy little model I put together to try and test animations before. And this is the same problem that we ended up with last time. Now what I could do as a very quick fix is I could load a second jelly. This is... No, it's not that it's cycling through the animation too fast. One of them is supposed to be going slower, but that's because the problem is that they're both using the same animations. And they shouldn't. So let's try changing that. I'm loading jelly twice. It's basically you could be treating it as 2 different files. So let's see if that fixes the problem. I think Biorex was supposed to show up at some point around now. It's been long enough, I think. Been at it for a bit. Oh, what now? Why won't it load? Because I didn't index it correctly. There's 7 files now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What was that, about an hour, right? Oh, the fixed version. Okay, so this technically fixed it. So one of them is alternating between frames 3 and 4 very quickly. The other one is gradually going between frames 0... Oh, sorry. 3 and 4. There's only 3 frames. Did I write the index wrong? That might screw something up. Yeah, it should be 2 and 3, not 3 and 4. Alright, try again. Or is it? Maybe I'm thinking of the... Yeah, so one of them is alternating between 2 frames per each frame. The other one is sweeping through all the frames back and forth every 5 actual frames. I need to clean up the language there, but so here's the thing. The one on the right, you can see from the last 2 lines being printed out, is he's got 30 frames of animation, and he's still cycling through keyframes 0 through 3, front and back. The other one is going between keyframes 2 and 3 very rapidly, once per frame. But for now, this looks to be the fix for the animation problem, which is just load up an entirely new entity. I wish I could just reference the master file, but for some reason it won't let me do that. So, so this one is referencing entity number 5, this one's referencing entity number 6. If I try to change this entity number 5, they'll both be stuck in either the first or second animation cycle. I forget which one takes priority. Yep, they're both stuck in the first animation cycle. So I need to use a separate... basically, I need to load in the file multiple times. It's not the most efficient way, but that's the way it's got to get done. Now, my second problem is that Biorex gave me some models that are way too big to use, and as soon as he gets on, I'm going to hope that he can scale everything down and re-export. But yeah, with this and some physics, I can have animated enemies. One thing I should try is to try and swap the animation on not one of these guys. So, where's input? There we go. Are all my inputs spoken for right now? Nope, I don't have an A or B right now, so let's do A. We'll swap the... Actually, let's just check the model tester real quick. Because I know I have a different input scheme for him. Is it key down? There we go. That's what I wanted. Change animation of first object. Oh boy. Okay, well at least that's included and not breaking anything. So, current animation 0. Let's do current animation plus plus. Oh, how did insert? No, I don't want to insert. Okay. Okay, if I press A, there, he swaps between animation frames. Okay, so I have triggerable animations, individually addressable by just taking up more space with the entity loader. Probably could work better, but right now it works, and that's all I really need. Okay, so let's try to load up one of the other ones. So we have, not model tester. CD, deprecating, oh yeah, CD. So we had Puffer, I believe. Puffer, and then the other one was Blob. So let's try Puffer, but I think the problem was they were way too big, so I gotta make them way too far away. I don't need this one, don't need this one. This one. So instead of 2 away, he's going to be 10 away. So somewhere out there should be Puffer. Over there? Well, it should be that direction. It would have been that way. But I don't see him. I don't know if he's too big. Too small. Too something. Okay, so let's try Blob instead. At least we have a chance of seeing Blob. Whoa. Okay. There's Blob. He's so freaking big. And the texture looks corrupted. I don't even know where that texture came from. Okay, we gotta make the Blob further away, lower down to the ground. And let's go ahead and figure out how many frames of animation Blob has. Maybe we can just... Oh my goodness. 80? What? Okay. You know what, let's make this programmatic. Actually, do I even support that many frames of animation? Okay. Well, let's fix that. Let's go see how many frames of animation Blob actually has. I think the cat is complaining about something. Yeah. Okay. Where did it go? Where is the Blob? Okay, it says the Blob has 80 frames of animation, all the way down to, well, let me get you guys to see the whole thing. It goes all the way down to 80. So if it does that, then I should be able to call out up to 80 frames. And I've got room for them in animate. Okay, so let's just try... Three frames. So there should be Blob out here. It's not there. Is it too far away? Is it getting cold somehow? No, it's just not there anymore. What happened? Oh, whoops. That's supposed to be why. That explains it. I'm inside the thing. Everything's getting backface cold. Okay, there he is. All right, so let's up the frame count all the way back up to 79. Let's put him 20 away. Let's see what happens. In the meantime, let's take a look at what Puffer looks like. Puffer's only 3 frames of animation. Wow, that is a ridiculous number of keyframes. I wonder what's going on with that calling over there. One... Oh, crap, I can't... It's just so big I can't move around to go see it. But parts of the texture are getting culled. Probably because the normal is turning into some very specific orientation. I hope it's not made of tries. I hope that's not the problem. Okay, so let's try Puffer. Puffer only has 3 frames of animation, so we give it a 2. Puffer's not even showing up. Oh, that wasn't a royalty-free asset. That was something that Biorex made. The problem is, okay, Puffer's not even showing up. I don't know if there's a... Oh, Biorex is back. Let's get him on call. Hey, you're back on stream.
Hello. I was we had movie night, and we just came out. We were late for half an hour or 40 minutes, and we saw a very, very artsy anime called Angel's Egg. A little too artsy. We're still negotiating how artsy I can get, but I'm back now.
Oh, you guys are Europeans. You should be used to that kind of filmmaking.
Yeah, but it's for many people it stops when the main die Handlung, the main storyline, the main action is not the main focus of the film. Like, it makes no sense, and all the secondary, the meta levels of the film, the interpretation, the artsy movie language is that what matters, and you basically understand nothing until you read like 3 interpretations of the film. And I love those films, and I didn't know the film was going to be that bad. in that regard. But yeah. But
Oh, maybe you're just not sophisticated enough for it.
yeah, probably. Definitely. But I'll need to be, because I want to make Sega Saturn games like that. You'll be in for some rough shit when I get started. But don't expect it to make any sense or be very good. Now, where's your Twitch?
My
Let's
Twitch?
get back. Yeah,
Oh, okay. You closed out. Okay, that's why.
I closed it. I need to go back. You've muted it. You're live. Come on. So where are we at now?
Okay. So the solution to my animations interfering with each other problem is that you have to load the file multiple times. It's not great for RAM, but we can get it to work. I think we got room for it.
Really?
Now.
Okay. I need to know how this is working to get to, yeah, okay. So it's why do you need to load it multiple? What does it mean?
So in order to control the animation, I'm writing over P data, and for some reason, even though I thought I was copying new P data location, it's just not working. So the P data that gets written for every copy of that entity. So if I try to animate one thing, everyone else animates the same way. It's not great, but for now, let's just focus on, okay, the solution is it's a duct tape solution, but it works. It's gonna have to work for this month at least, or probably forever. I don't know. So I can upload my old jelly file and animate it on command.
Yeah. Okay.
Now the problem I'm having is, well, I got a couple problems. So first off, you gave me two ZTPs. You gave me Puffer and Blob. Puffer doesn't even load. I can't see it. I mean, it's not crashing. Right. It's not crashing, but for some reason I can't see it loading. So either it doesn't have any textures or something else. Well,
it doesn't. It doesn't. It shows up in the preview. It jiggles like crazy, but it's not.
Yeah, in the Saturn, you have to have a texture. If there's no textures, there's nothing to draw. It's spray-based. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It was just a quick fix I did. I didn't set that up properly. I'm gonna set up the puffer properly, and then we'll do that again.
Okay. And the other thing is, you can tell me if this is the way that you drew the blob, but there's a couple things with the blob.
I'm gonna show you how to open a Blender file and look at how it's supposed to go.
Okay. So that's my jelly. So he should be like basically a 1x1 cube, and your blob is out there, the size of an entire room. And also
that's probably because I scaled it to 10 to see if it's doing it correct. Can you like rotate around that guy so I can see if he's doing all right? Like
the issue with that is that the engine is set up so that if I escape the room, it resets my coordinates to the new room's coordinates. So if I do that,
but it seems to be working.
It's working. It's just huge, and there are some issues with some of the quads at the end because
Did you just do the export again and scale it to 1 instead?
So let's do that. Okay, so Puffer is not going to work without
some fixing. Yeah.
So you have a BMP that doesn't.
Yeah, but I didn't do any. But I didn't put anything in there. I just stopped and okay.
Okay, so let's open CMD.
I've put everything I did in the tutorial, so you should just copy the steps I did from there.
Well, I mean, the ZTP compiler should work the same way as it always does, right? So there's 80 keyframes, right?
Correct. 80.
Okay, I will be using SGL.
Correct.
Scale value of 1. Is it UV mapped?
No, it's not UV mapped. It has
so that's why.
It has a TGA.
So that's the same TGA on every surface. That's why.
Yeah. I gave it the same TGA on every surface and just did a 8 times 16 or something like that texture. It's really simple. It's just some greens and blues. Okay, there he is. This is why I made him huge, because I didn't see shit and I couldn't get him to focus.
Yeah, you have to have a really gentle touch with the... Oh, boy.
Yeah, we're gonna need to work on those controls at some point.
Yeah, so let me see if I can figure out if I can compile XL2's project. It should be pretty trivial to slow down the amount of translation per key press.
What I would really like is just a gentle, like, if the preview would just focus on the object, like it would center on the camera center.
Okay, I know. So it has like first-person flying controls. So like you're actually a person there viewing at it, but what you really want is you want the camera to always be facing the center and just rotate the scene around it. So I've done something like that before. I just have to like figure out how to compile this project.
Exactly, because this is not ideal. You're just flying all over the place and you can't see anything.
Okay, so let's drop in the blob. Wait. Copy, paste. There we go. And instead of 20 away, we can just make it 1 away.
Did you just compile? I just compiled it. Yeah. I've been scatterbrained.
Yeah, you just saw me do this thing.
Yeah, I know. I just saw a super artsy Japanese film and by a guy who fell from the Christian belief. He just lost his Christian belief and reinterpreted the Noah's Ark saga, and it was a trip. It was great. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Let's do something.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So he more or less worked. Oh crap. The problem is I have to stay in the room in order for him. For some reason, some of these quads, he might have a few too many quads, so like the sorting might get confused or something. You might have to.
Yeah.
Because you see. But sorry. Okay, you say something.
He has a lot of quads. He has the maximum limit of like 200 faces, because I thought you couldn't just introduce I was scared of introducing new vertices, because I was already scared with the puffer, because I did like 2 different models and exports and merged some vertices. I thought if Blender starts adding new vertices or ordering them differently, then this thing is gonna flip out and I'm gonna have a problem. So I wanted all the vertices in the correct order to be present in the model.
Okay.
From the get-go.
So the issue is not the vertices. The vertices appear to be acting as they should be. The issue is the Z-sort. The Z-sort and I think the culling on the normals. It's deciding which things to draw and which not to draw by looking at the normals of each quad. But the normals of each quad aren't looked at exactly as they're written. They're projected onto their closest map, onto a table. So this guy might just have so many quads on him that you're just kind of confusing the drawing sequence. I don't know if that's exactly what's going on, but that's my best guess. So you might want to lower the resolution on him a bit.
The problem is he has a lower resolution at the bottom, so he's doing fine on top, but at the bottom is the problem. I thought because the high resolution on top is on top because that's where I wanted it.
Okay, so let me see. So if I look at him like this, he's fine. At any point, do any of his vertices go underneath 0?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe, because he's scaling on the Z-axis when he does his lunge, and I probably need to tell, like I need to scale down one of the bones. Like the bone on the front are scaling, and they're scaling on the Z-axis like up also, and I don't want him to do that. Like, look at the backside. He's scaling down when he's contracting, and I have to disallow changes on the Z-axis for these bones, so he doesn't do that. But I believe that's an easy fix. I'm just really glad he's in the engine and he's working as he's mostly working as he's supposed to.
Yeah.
He's looking great. He's textured. He's doing his little wiggle, like he's contracting, and then he's lunging forward. You see what he's supposed to do. Like he contracts, then he lunges forwards to move a bit, and then he contracts again. And so you can basically just cycle that, and then he just wiggles around the room. You can see what he's supposed to do.
Okay. So the thing is, we can afford to cut down severely on the number of keyframes here. Like, you see, the jelly over there, he's got 4 keyframes total, including his default.
Yeah, but he's very choppy. You can see the difference between 4 and 80 frames. Like the jelly is super smooth and looks great, and that looks like a stop motion thing. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, it's stop motion because of the speed. So I'm cycling through each one of your frames at 1 per frame. This guy, I'm basically doing 1 for every 5 frames.
Okay, then all you need to do is cut down on the number of frames. You know which frames are the key frames. They're 1, 20, 40, 60, and 80. And you can also cycle them backwards, probably. So all you need are probably the first 3 keyframes, so 1, 20, and 40, and you can add some in between. Like you can do 1, 10, 20, 30, and 40.
Okay, let's just simplify it to. Okay, I'm gonna give him on the second animation frame, or the second animation set. So he's gonna have. What are the keyframes again?
1, 20, 30, 40, 1, 20, 40, 60, and 80. So in 20 frames between each step.
So this should be 0 index, but I'll try it like this. Okay, 1, 20, 40, 60, 80.
Yeah, 1, 20, 40, 60, and 80. And then let's see what happens. And then we just have to calculate, because 80 frames is perfect for him. So these 5 keyframes need to span... No. This is already correct. You don't need to... if you want to do that, you need to set it up. If you want to cycle it backwards, you need to set it up differently. 80 keyframes is already cycled backwards. Like the 60 and 80 are already 1 and 20.
Okay, so 60 is 20?
60 is 20, and
80 is okay. And you want it to proceed at roughly the same speed. So let me...
80 frames.
Okay, oh boy. Oh, let's do it this way.
Because I really need to know how you set that up in the program so I can give it to you correctly.
So I'm going to give... So in an animation controller, I'll just show you what I did. I have the last frame index for each set of animation frames. So you can have... Right now, its max ani is just 6, but we can always increase that later. So we can have up to 6 different kinds of animation, and these animations can have up to 80 frames built into them. And these are just keyframes, and you could linger on a specific keyframe for as many times, or as many frames as you set here. So if I wanted to say, okay, the first 10 or so, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Let me do it this way. Nope. Why?
Okay. Tell me when you're finished, and I'm gonna explain what I wanna do with the blob, so you know.
Okay, so right now I'm just going to say, okay, int keyframe dex is equal to 0, and if j is greater than j greater than 9, are greater than or equal to 10. And J less than 30. Or okay. Keyframe 20. And then keyframe 60 is the same as 20, right?
Yeah, 1 is the same. It's 1, 20, 40. Those are practically the only 3 keyframes, and then 20 and 20 and 1 get cycled backwards. Like it's idle, contract, lunge, contract, idle.
Okay, and then 40, I'm gonna make it between 50 and 30.
Yeah, okay, so I need to do the math on that. Like, if I have 5 keyframes, I should have something that's divisible by 5.
Well, I mean, it just depends on the timing. It's not about what's divisible. It's about basically just assume that you're animating on 30 frames a second, and you can repeat keyframes. Just kind of set up a keyframe sequence, and you can manipulate the timing. You can have one frame worth of animation, and then the rest of it can be idle. So like you can have it twitch if you really wanted to.
Oh, right. Right, I'm doing 30 frames per second, so I should put that into. There should be a way to say Blender, okay, we're doing 30 frames per second, so I can see that the animation is going right and going well. And then I can just set up everything so you can, so I have an even number between each keyframe. So it's, yeah.
Okay, obviously we could use some more intermediate animation frames than that.
Yeah, it's not really interpolating.
No,
It's
I'm not doing interpolation anymore because it was getting too complex and it was too hard to address the correct things. So I'm just doing by keyframe.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna work. Then it's just a slideshow. If you're doing that, you need way
I need
more
keyframes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine because vertices are cheap. Vertices and normals are cheap.
So why is the 80 keyframe option we just did a problem?
Well, it's just a whole lot. Like I'm wondering if we can get away with less.
Then let's do like.
Let me see if I can do the logic to cut it in half.
Yeah, let's see what that does. Because like, we are only doing 30 frames per second, so it should. And I'm pretty sure Blender didn't run at 30 frames per second. I need to find out.
Okay, so j is an integer, so if you do j divided by 2, and then 2 times that, and that'll round it. So let me see. And then we can try more subdivisions like 3 and 4 and whatever, and see what we can get away with. Because remember, at this point, every enemy on screen is going to have to be its own loaded-in guy. Okay, so cutting it in half doesn't look too bad.
Let me see. Okay, yeah. It's a little sluggish, but yeah.
It's
yeah, but no. I think that's what I was doing. The blob is a little sluggish. I mean, it's a crawling blob. Yeah, it's
okay.
It's doing fine. Okay, I just checked, and I think Blender is operating at like a movie FPS. It's like 24 FPS. That's like a movie standard.
Okay, so right now this animation is 15 frames per second effectively. And you can see that with a print statement. It's going up in even counts.
This is 15 FPS, the block.
Well,
Can you make it 24?
I don't know how that would happen. So what I can do is I can try. Let me see. So the thing. Crap. I don't know how to turn 30 into 24 evenly like that. Well, I guess thanks for that, Fox term. I'm not really sure what to make of that. I mean, that was a test texture. That wasn't the final texture. We're just testing out enemy animations in this the Saturn homebrew game.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a checkerboard texture, and I wanna have like a little red eye in there that like moves with the jelly that you can see through.
So we'd have to. Crap, we'd have to make it mesh texture.
No, you don't. I can just make a grid texture, and you can ask XL2 how to blend out the. We don't need to do this in December. We can do that in January. But I can also do just make a grid texture, and tell.
Because I can activate mesh on a model load if I load it in the correct way, or if I say okay, if it's this index, apply mesh grid to all of these quads on this entity.
But then the entire mesh is checkerboard.
The alternative is if you want to find out which quad you're going to set to a mesh, you have to go open up the object file and figure out in what order the quads are set out.
No, I wanna put a texture on there that's only checkerboard on the outside, and I thought I'd just make a color that that would be cut out, and then the outside would be checkerboard, and then the eye on the inside, the red ball, would be solid. So
you'll just generate a texture like that.
Yeah, and I just need to know if you can do that. Like you can tell them, okay, this color won't be drawn.
Yeah, when you draw the texture, you just delete that section.
Ah, yes, I remember. Okay, then it's easy. I just need to delete that section, and then it's gonna happen. We could try that right out. We could try that right now.
Remember, the way the textures are drawn, they're going to be deformed, so we're going to be interpolating the gaps there. If we let the Saturn do it, it will be a perfect checkerboard.
Ah, yeah, right. That's true. Okay. Yeah, that's something you should consider. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Maybe it's not a problem that the eye is checkerboard as well.
So what I can do is I can do a quick test of it on the model loader. So if I let's see, this is going to be index number 6. I can tell it if entity ID equals 6.
Because I never had a problem with these checkerboard textures. I don't know why everybody is making such a fuss. I think they look cool. I think they show that we're doing it on a Saturn. You can like see directly, okay, that's the Sega Saturn. Like I saw the waterfalls in Panzer Dragoon Saga in the valley, and I thought, whoa, that looks cool. But yeah, this works. This is working. But I need to be able to test these models to see if something is getting fucked up. But yeah, I think that's a January thing, like centering the. Okay, You talk.
Okay, so right now I should have activated mesh grid on every texture on the blob. So we'll see how that comes out.
Fingers crossed.
And that's what it looks like.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, so like I said, if we know what we're loading ahead of time, we can just give the model loader a mask and say, okay, for this, and this, make sure that those meshes are such and such, or those quads are meshed. So we can actually pick it out if we know the index of each quad. And I think what you have to do is you have to go in and count them inside the OBJ, or just trial and error inside the Saturn to get it right. Maybe I can build something like that into the model loader or the model tester, and that would...
Yeah. What do you think? I think the downscaling is not doing a very good job with the texture. I almost think just plain green would do a great job. Just plain green and red.
Yeah. So like, just kind of make it look like... I don't know if you want to UV map it because it is pretty simple.
No, I don't. I think I just want to do a 8x1 plain green texture on this thing.
Okay, just make it solid green. Remember, the lighting is not activated anymore, so it's basically it'll look like a solid green thing.
Yeah, no, but now the downscaling of the texture is not doing us any favors.
Okay, yeah, but just make an 8x8 texture, and just try to make it that, or try to I mean, you could try UV mapping it to try and kind of make a contour onto, like, because otherwise it's literally just going to be like someone cut out a piece of the screen and put green screen on there.
Yeah, well, we can just like, I mean, the texture, you could do the texture. I just put some colors there. We could just like try out different textures and see what looks best. But it's a green jelly, so it's not gonna.
Yeah. So that's kind of the reason why I wanted to go for, when I made my test model, it was a lower poly, because then I could just texture it and see how it came out like that. But if you did these kinds of simple textures on a UV map, you could still get away with a high quad count, small quad area, and still have it come out looking okay.
Yeah, but I don't think we need that here because we're already doing the checkerboard texture. So I'm gonna do that on maybe a different model.
Okay. So, I mean, if you want to redo the model and export it here so we can just kind of look at it. I mean, as of today, I think I've accomplished what I've set out to do, which is get animations to kind of work, so I can even trigger different animations.
Yeah, I know how to get it in there now, and you can just select which frames you need. So I think I am gonna dump all the frames in because you're doing the fix. Is that correct? And you just select which ones you want?
Well, the whole point of not having all the frames is that it doesn't take up all the memory. But at the very minimum, fix it so that Blender is exporting at 30 FPS. So that we're not, like, what the animation timing that you come up with is the actual animation timing. I don't know how big... Sorry?
I think... you're 30, not 24. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Or 15, because 15 still looks good. Or passable, at the very least. Thing is, this blob animation, because of all the quads that you have there and all the animations, we have 81 kilobytes in the whole thing. Compare that to, like, the room. Just a single room is 12 kilobytes. Now, we have a meg, so it's not like it's the end of the world if we have relatively large models. The problem is we have to load multiple models. So...
Wait, we have a megabyte? Don't you need a RAM expansion for 1 megabyte?
No, we have 1 megabyte VRAM to work
That's
with.
on the Saturn stock.
Yeah.
Okay.
RAM expansion would be another 4 in standard generic RAM addressable by the A-bus. I think it's A-bus. Anyway, so if we wanted to do some... Oh my goodness, what is this thing? Why is this so huge?
I'm not seeing it.
There's something called BG Tree. Oh, I haven't installed GIMP on this computer yet. Okay,
maybe that's all the levels. Sounds like it's all the levels that XO2 has. I mean, it's his BG tree, so it's basically all his level data.
And he manages to sort through 1 megabyte worth of stuff? That's ridiculous. That's a lot. Okay, anyway, that's not important for us. What is important for us is trying to manage our expectations. The bigger the blob is, the fewer blobs we can have loaded up in memory at a time. So, basically, we have a RAM limited number of enemies that we can put on screen.
Yeah, okay, I understand. So yeah. I'm gonna find out. I think I already have it. It's under speed control. I just need to find where speed control is. It says Blender how much FPS to use, and then I'm just gonna put it to 15 FPS. I think it's at 24 now.
And then and then what you do is you just tell me the keyframe sequence, and then what I can do is I can automate it by doubling each frame, because it's going to be drawing every frame. So I can automate it to just double the frames, and or just not draw on an even numbered frame.
No, I need the interpolation. You've seen that. It needs I need the keyframes plus the interpolated frames from Blender. We just need to say what.
No. Okay. No. Anything you export from Blender is a keyframe. Okay. If it's coming to me, it's already a keyframe. That's how we're treating it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because Blender is not the object file does not make any differentiation between what you call a keyframe in Blender and all the interpolated frames. Interpolation on my end would be trying to calculate the vertices between two different keyframes that you send me. But right now, I'm telling you 1 keyframe every 2 frames in Engine, 1 keyframe per 1/15th of a second. And yeah. So that's what I mean by keyframe.
Okay. So what I okay. Okay, then I know what I need to do. I need to tell Blender to animate at 30 FPS and how do I do that? And export at 15 or throw out.
Just animate and do everything in 15 FPS. It'll look exactly the same to you, and I'll draw it the same way. I'll just not update the keyframe every second frame. That's it.
Okay. You're just gonna draw every key. You're just gonna. Let's stop calling them keyframes. Let's just call keyframes what are actually keyframes in Blender. Let's just call them frames.
Okay, here's the thing: a frame in Engine is every 30th of a second.
Yeah, right. So what you're gonna do is I basically export that at 15 FPS, and because it's 15 FPS, it's gonna look like 15 FPS in Blender, and you're just gonna double every frame, and then it's gonna be 15 FPS in Engine.
I will just fail to update every second frame, or at least every. I will only trigger an update every 4 beat lengths.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, good. That I can do that. Okay. Just I put everything in there. You can play backwards. I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's let him. Just read.
So I don't have anything special to play backwards or forwards. I literally just give it a sequence, and it just.
Yeah, no. I know. Okay, keyframes only. No, not keyframes only. 15 FPS. All keyframes in one OBJ. You can play backwards. Yes, 15 FPS. Okay. Let me just tell you what I had planned for the blob, what I can do now, because I've never done rigging before. Okay, you've seen the blob, you've seen his moving animation. There's gonna be 3 more animations that I'm gonna do. One is the blob, like just sitting there and contracting, and like it's breathing, like it's shrinking and it's shrinking outward. That's when it sits still. What you just saw is when you tell it to move. And then I'm gonna do the third animation is I wanted you to trigger when it's like directly in front of your guy, like the player, and it's ready to attack. Like it just you saw the
Yeah.
the
Okay.
blobs.
So what all I need is whatever animation you're trying to do. Just label the animation and give me a frame sequence. And then what I'll do is I can just manually program it in. And if you make it standardized, we can actually just hard code it in, and just whenever you export any one of these guys, it'll automatically be in.
Okay, just let me explain so I know that it's gonna work and I can do this.
Yeah.
So you can do the idle animation, you can do the move animation.
Yeah.
And you can tell it to do something when it's in front of the player, correct?
Well, that's going to be separate logic. That's not something I'm going to handle today. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cycle through with the A button and tell it, okay, move on to the next animation so we can just test it out. Because I'm just testing animations today. So right now I have room for 6. I can arbitrarily increase this. But I just put 6 down for now because I'm just how many I'm going to index. How many animations are you planning on per object?
That depends on the object. So
just give me a max number.
I can't give you a max number now. Let's just say 10.
Okay. So, because we need to index this reliably so we know exactly what animation to trigger when, for AI purposes. So, where's the animation control? Animation control, here. Right now I have 0 as idle, 1 is walk, 2 is run, and I guess 3 will be attack. And there's going to be 10 for now.
Okay, we're doing it like that. That's what I need to know. Okay, yeah. Right. So let me just...
So the more standardized everything is, the faster I will be able to implement it because everything will be forward compatible.
Well, the enemies... I'm planning on doing different enemies and they may do different things. So that maybe I need to... Okay, we'll figure it out in January. For now, please just let me tell you what the blob is gonna do and what the puffer is gonna do.
Okay.
So the puffer is okay. Let's go by number. 0 is idle. Okay, blob and puffer both are gonna have idle. The blob is gonna breathe in quotation marks, let's contract and go out, and the puffer is gonna hover up and down, walk. I think the puffer is gonna do the same as idle when it walks. It's just gonna hover up and down and move towards you. It's not gonna walk and run. It's just gonna float up and down. Attack is okay. The problem is the blob has 2 animations for attack, okay, and more to come. So it's not there. It's gonna have a row of animations. And the puffer is gonna maybe have 1 animation for its attack.
Okay, that's fine. So we just use indexes 4 and 5 for the puffer. Simple.
Okay, good. Just that I need to know. So the puffer is just basically gonna open up and release a projectile onto the it stops, opens up, and shoots.
Okay,
and then
just remember, don't model the projectile on top of the puffer. That's a separate entity.
I know.
Okay.
It's just gonna open up. What the blob is gonna do is it's gonna like grow upwards like like a mushroom from its top. Like it's gonna have a little head on top, and like the Sonic Adventure 2 and Fantasy Star Online, the guy in the caves.
The Chaos Clones, I get it.
You know, exactly. He's gonna grow upwards, and I can't do arms right now because I'm not that good. So it's gonna be it's gonna be rudimentary. It's basically just gonna headbutt you.
That's fine.
It's gonna it's gonna sway backward and then just suddenly whack you in the face with its head, and then it's gonna go back down. And those are the first 2 enemies I'm gonna make.
Okay, but so really we only need the first 5 indices of the animation list. We need an idle, a potential walk and run, which I don't think we're even going to use, and then...
No. Well, run? I didn't do any running.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I'm building in compatibility for it. It doesn't mean we have to use it.
Okay, yeah, okay. Idle, walk, run. But these are a complete animation, so what I just did was the complete walk animation, right? Or the complete run animation, or whatever.
I assume you're just doing the idle, and what I can do is I can just have the logic for that specific enemy, never trigger it.
No, yeah, what we just did, all these 80 or 40 keyframes, or frames, that's one animation on that list.
It is? Okay, because I thought I was cycling through every keyframe that you gave me.
Yeah, but I thought what you just did is 2. The entire thing is 2.
Okay. So the thing is, again, I'm coming back to the concern of RAM. How big is this file going to end up becoming after you've built in all the animations you're planning on?
I don't know. I've never done this before.
Yeah.
But
because,
yeah.
So right now, 87 kilobytes. Let's just see. Crap, what is it doing? Okay, so 87 out of 1024. So it's already taking up 8.5% of the available resources, and that's not counting things like loading up the room and some other stuff. So basically, if we wanted to put 5 of these in a dungeon, it would take up half of the resources. So more or less, what we'd have to do is we have to say, okay, we're not allowed to encounter more than 2 or 3 of these at a time.
Yeah, but do you want to have the player swamped by 5 of these guys who are gonna constantly headbutt him?
Okay, so what's gonna end up having to happen is that we're just not gonna be able to activate. Like, we can have as many entities as we want loaded in the room somewhere, but we wouldn't be able to update anything besides the top, say, 2 or 3 of these guys. So basically, if I allow the logic of the enemy to go forward and not allow the draw command to go forward, because we need to limit the draws here to what fits in memory, then that would cause invisible enemies to attack the player. So I'd have to intelligently figure out a way to get the enemies to intentionally leave the player alone and go somewhere else while they're being swarmed by a certain number, so that the rest are available there. So either I have to make very unaggressive AI so that they only stay within a certain area of the dungeon, or I have to figure something else out, or we just kind of intentionally limit the number of enemies in a dungeon.
Or you make them. That would be one option, or maybe you could make them more dangerous. Like 2 of these guys or 3 of these guys are already quite aggressive, like really come up to you, attack you from 3 sides, and so you really have to be on your toes.
Yeah, but even still, that's almost 200 kilobytes just for the 2 of these guys to be loaded up on screen.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I want to try and simplify the model if it's possible. I mean, 87 isn't bad, but how big is XL2's goon, the ZTP?
I'll have to look at the puffer. How large is he? How many faces does he have? Because this guy has 200.
The puffer isn't valid because it doesn't have any textures on it. So the size, it doesn't do anything. So the problem really, I think, is more to do with the
texture.
With the texture. How big of the texture did you use on this guy?
Just look at it. It's in the folder.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, right now I don't have the ability to open TGAs. It says it's only 1 kilobyte. So I think a lot of this might actually be the frames of animation, because you have 80 frames of animation here, and the puffer only had 3 and no texture.
Yeah, 8. What size is one animation frame?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know how big of a footprint in memory takes up. I mean, you can guesstimate based off of what gets written. So if I were to just guess based off of a function that copies these frames of animation, it's a series of normals. So one normal for every quad, and the normal itself, 32-bit integer times 3. So there's 3 32-bit integers just for the normals, and then the verts. So 32 divided by 8 times 3, 12 bytes, plus, I'm guessing, so the verts are each 16, so they're each 2 bytes, 2 times 3.
You're the math guy.
Yeah. So there's 12 bytes per quad, and then 6 per vert. So so what you do is let me just so a quad, 12 bytes, a vert, 6 bytes. Okay, and then you repeat them. So however many quads, you said there was like 200 quads, right?
Yeah, about 200 watts on that.
Okay,
thing.
and verts roughly the same.
Let me look it up. I'm gonna load him so I can see how he's doing.
I'm just gonna call it 250 to be conservative, right? And then you have to multiply that all by
correct.
frames of animation, because each one of them is gonna have their own copy. So for one frame of animation for something with this many quads and verts, it's gonna be 250 times 6 plus 200 times 12. That's 2400. What?
He has 139 faces and 144 verts. That's the size.
139.
So that's not really big.
It's not, but I'll show you how it adds up. So 12 times 139. So 1668, and then 144 times 6, 864 bytes.
But I think I should be able to reduce him, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of geometry on top.
So 80 frames of animation. So 1668 plus 864 times 80 divided by 1024. So it looks like that can't be right. It's saying here that we're probably using up close to 200 kilobytes in memory for this guy. For 80 frames of animation.
But the ZTP file said it didn't.
No, it can't. So how big is this ZTP? So somehow I think they're getting compressed further.
Yeah, maybe it's sparing out. Maybe it's just saying if some of these vertices don't move, we're not gonna update them.
Let's multiply it 1024. Let's find the exact file size here.
Load up the buffer.
Divided by 89008. Okay, so it's probably doing half of this for either the quads or the verts, or maybe both. So let's estimate.
Larger. That's okay. The buffer is not much smaller. It has 108 faces and 140 verts.
Okay, so let me see if I can actually. $98. That didn't sound right either.
Oh shit.
Maybe it's 3 bytes and 3 bytes.
Take your time. I'm gonna fix this the buffer up. Okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
I'm just trying to figure out what XL2 might have done to compress these guys, because I know he had to do a lot of compression, destroy the bit depth of a lot of these vertices to get them to fit. Okay, I buy this. I buy 66 kilobytes worth of animation, and then the extra 20 is texturing. I'm not sure if the texture for the blob actually comes out to something like that. No, it's only 1 kilobyte.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so it's only 731 bytes. So the whole thing should basically be... CTB. Crap, where's the blob? So 89008 minus 731 divide by 80 times 80 divide by 81. I'm gonna say roughly estimate a kilobyte per frame.
Yeah.
Roughly, maybe a little bit more. So if you can reuse frames in any way, like if they're incorporated into multiple kinds of animations, then that would be fine.
Yeah, I can just I mean, that thing we just had 80 frames of animation and it's 90 kilobytes, but I don't need the last 2 keyframes, so I can just stop at 40 frames, which I'm gonna cut down in half anyway. So it's gonna be like a fourth of the size of that thing, and I can further cut down the texture, but I don't think it's a texture.
No, the texture is tiny from what I'm seeing. But
So maybe I'm gonna end up with like 20 kilobytes for that guy, I hope.
For just the idle animation, but remember you had an attack animation plan too.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never done this. I've never done rigging before, and I've never done it on the Saturn either. So I'm just gonna have to see where this goes, and but I think I may be able to cut down on the geometry of that guy. So I hope I can get this smaller. But
the simpler you make it, the more we can have on screen. Just keep that in mind. Because because the other thing is, it's not just we're only going to be able to have so many of these guys on screen. It's that we have to preload the dungeon with the exact quantities of the different kinds of enemies that we can have. So when we load the dungeon in, we're going to say we can have up to 3 jellies on screen, up to 4 puffers on screen, or whatever. So then we need to arrange the dungeon in such a way that you will only ever encounter up to 3 blobs or jellies or whatever, up to 3 blobs at a time. And simultaneously you can have 4 puffers, but if you had 5 puffers come in, that's not going to be possible to draw. If you had 4 puffers and 3 blobs come in, that's possible. If you had only 4 blobs and no puffers, that's not possible because you set the limit to 3. So you have to plan it out ahead of time.
Alright, that's why I wanted to do the animation stuff, so I can know these things, because I can't do this in the last week before the 1st of January. I need to know these things now, because this is gonna take time, and I'm running late with my work for my project as well. The project needs to be finished this week, and I'm not sure
that probably takes priority. Like what I can do is I can just rig up the jelly with fundamental AI and use, because the jelly is done. The jelly, all I want it to do is just jiggle and jump in. So what I'll do is I will move forward with just the jelly animation or whatever. Or,
mine or yours?
I mean, either. I guess I could use both.
Yeah, but I can, if I know how to animate these things now, I can work with this. So just hear me out. The if you look in Blender, in the Blender file, you should have the Blender file, and you should have Blender 2.9.
At the moment, I don't have anything installed. This is a new computer that I just got set up this weekend.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, earlier in this week or something. So what I have to do is I have to go and re-download all this stuff and reinstall it and get it all set up. But then, after that's done, I can do this kind of stuff probably off stream. So what I am concerned with is just what needs to be done now. So animations feels like it's done. At this point, I need to trigger it with AI. AI is not difficult. I can figure that out pretty quickly, probably next weekend if I need to. I still haven't gotten around to putting in collision into the dungeon, and I need to do normal access-based collision so I can actually go up ramps and stuff.
I know, but I need to do something in parallel as well because I'm running idle and that's not good.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You have like real life stuff to worry about, and right now, my job, I have handled, so I can do this stuff on the weekend.
Yeah, but I want to do this as well.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do a little bit. So, I just wanted to explain the way this is set up in Blender. This thing has bones. It has like for every it has like 8. It has 9 bones right now. I can add more for a different animation, but this doesn't concern you. And these are mapped to the vertices of that thing. And yeah, so I know how to do that, and I can do all these animations, and then you can see which animations you're gonna use. But I'm gonna go forward with the blob as I just described it. Try to cut down on the number of vertices and see how it looks, and then you can test those out.
So there is one thing that I think it's relevant to what we're doing is that the Z sort might be cutting out parts of the blob. I don't know if I can make that better by changing the Z sort. Actually, let me go ahead and ask the extreme guys and see.
But yeah, is it okay if there's one blob, or if we make it bigger? Like, is there any problem with him now?
Why is he so high up? Did I change something?
Why is he only doing so little frames?
What is going on here? Oh, something weird is happening.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't have. Oh, okay.
Okay. It's something I did here. What was that?
It's my my grandpa phone. I don't have a smartphone.
Oh, okay, that's why. Let's swap these back. It's easier than what I'm trying to do here. So I was just trying to demonstrate something, and hopefully the XX guys can help out with this.
Okay. Yeah. What I wanted to ask is one enemy okay with the? I think I can get the blob done. I mean, I've got free time after next week. I'll be in Heilbronn. It's only this week where I really have to work, so I can figure. I'm not gonna do this much this week. Maybe just a little bit because I need some free time to relax as well, and then I might as well work on the blob because that relaxes me.
So my plan is to take some leave the last week of the year, and and I'm gonna try and use that to aggressively stream development. See, this is what I'm talking about. So right there is a problem with the Z sword, where it's drawing the floor tiles in a certain way, and it's not. It's actually deciding that the floor tiles are closer to me than that model, so it's going to draw them in front.
So that's not a problem of the blob; it's a problem of the room.
Well, it's it's an SGL based problem, but both need to be engineered around in a way to avoid that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't think it's gonna be completely avoidable.
Not 100%, but if you make the quads bigger, I think you can get away with having them say that they're on top more consistently. And maybe if I slightly elevate this guy, so like 1E14, so he's gonna be like a quarter of a unit up. And because you're always like standing up, you're not really in the way, so you won't really notice he's floating. Well, you might. Maybe this is not a very good fix, actually.
Okay, so let me tell you about my plans. I'm gonna work next week mostly, and then there's gonna be in Germany on the 16th of December. There's gonna be a hard lockdown, and most of the country is gonna probably shut down. So I'm gonna be alone with my friend in Heilbronn, and we're just gonna stay home alone, mostly watching like TV. So that's when I'm gonna probably do something, and I plan because we have the textures. We can just use the textures we have. We have the skybox. We have one enemy, and I can get the weapons to work. Okay, the weapons. So I can get the blob to work, do what it does, and get the phaser and the saber to work. That shouldn't be too hard. And then we should have something, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, if we just have some fundamental weapons and fundamental enemies, that's technically a demo. It's gonna be like the pre-alpha version.
Great, okay. So I'm gonna stream with you during the last week.
You're kind of cutting out there.
Cutting out? Okay.
This is really bothering me. So I don't know if I can change Z sort to far or near or something like that when I put down the enemies. Or I don't know if the draw order might be affected. So let me try one last thing. So really what I want is I want the enemies and the objects and stuff to take precedence over the rooms, which means I put them in the draw queue first.
Right, so they always get drawn on.
Yeah, and then the rooms get called. So then I can go ahead and go back into room.h and up the room display to something arbitrary, like 10 or something, and it won't matter. Or is it display.h? Crap. Yeah, let's bump it up to... Okay, 10's too aggressive because it's going to slow down. 7.
2.4k channel points. Is that gonna buy me dinner? Probably not. Oh.
That is somehow worse.
Whoa.
I don't understand how it can be worse, but it is worse. Here, let me...
Why do the rooms drop properly, but the enemies don't?
Well, it's because the enemies in the rooms are conflicting. So, okay, this guy's in the center of the room. I'm just gonna put him off to the side. He's gonna be exactly one room away.
Fascinating. for viewers.
Wait, where is it? Oh crap! It's behind this guy. Even
There
then,
he is.
the underdraw is happening. I don't get it. Let me see if I can
There
fix
he
that
is.
with a different SGL sort. And maybe I need to be... Thing is, the rooms are getting drawn last, so it shouldn't matter. Okay. Let's go into the SGL documentation and figure out what's going on.
This is so cool. My little guy on the Sega Saturn.
You're gonna need to make a
just
few more
doing
than
it.
that.
Just doing it. I'm happy now. He's there. He's checkerboard. He's like wiggling, and he's alive.
Yeah, so it can be slow work. It took me 5 hours to figure out how to get animations to display the way I want. There are certain technical limitations, but it is doable, and for the purposes of the competition, it'll be just fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure this stuff out. Just concentrate and see. I'm just gonna figure out how to make them so they look good.
Okay, so XL2 is helping out. So
You do math. I don't wanna do math. You do the math. Or not much of it.
I need to... Oh, crap. This is good. XL2 says I can sort differently per quad. Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay, so basically I can force the engine to have preference for models. So I just need to get into Joe Engine and get the documentation. Okay, so we have there we go, program manuals. Do I not have a freaking PDF reader? Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's try opening up in Chrome. Like I said, brand new computer, so I don't even know what I have right now. Okay, so sort. So let's try sort. Oh come on. Sort min. There we go.
Did you at least get Cyberpunk 2070 on a GOG?
Yeah. Well, I had that pre-ordered a while back because I knew I'm a fan of the company. I know they do good work, and you know a lot of people are complaining about glitches. I'm not getting a lot of these glitches that people are complaining about. The game is perfectly playable to me. I was playing on my laptop for a little bit before I built this computer this last weekend. So I was playing on a laptop with a 2070 and a 10th gen i7, and now I have a Ryzen 9 3900X and a RTX 3080. There we go. Sort BFR. Oh, that seems like a terrible idea now that I think about it. No way that's gonna work out. Okay, so we'll do sort min on the objects.
Seeing this in depth, I wonder how Blender does it and how Blender manages to do this so perfectly.
Probably a lot smarter way. Like intercepting polygons is a problem, and I'm pretty sure Blender figures out a way to just draw them correctly. Like if you just have two triangles and you have them intercept each other, you should be able to see them both kind of realistically. So it'll subdivide them probably. I'm guessing that would make the most sense to me.
Yeah, Blender just doesn't fucking care. It just does everything perfectly.
Oh crap, that's not what I wanted.
I always forget if I can curse on here.
I prefer if you didn't, because I want to try and make it so that it's accessible to younger audiences that want to get in. It's supposed to be semi-educational. I avoid it. Of course, Farscape helps me out there.
Yeah, it's God, it's so difficult. You curse all the time, and then you're asked to stop, and then darn heck.
Rallying his mana. Okay.
Gee whiz.
Okay. Well, going on leave it to Beaver here. Special flags for select objects. Okay, and then basically what I'll do is I'll just make an object mask to say, okay, after this point we're loading objects, so treat them special. Change Z sort.
That reminds me of the time Peter Griffin fell down the stairs and says things like, "Oh my, oh gee, that's smart." I forget what's happening. Oh, you can have double-sided polygons?
Yeah, you can turn off backface calling if you need to.
Oh, that's something I really wanted to know, because I'm gonna be needing that to do some stuff like fences or to make things have less geometry and still display on two sides. And I didn't know, do I need to have two faces facing opposite directions, or can I just turn off backface? That's good to know. We should go through some of these things sometime, so I know what I have.
Yeah. So like the default, if you don't set it, is that backface culling is not activated. Like generally, you'd have to go out of your way to make sure that it's in the model before you export. Otherwise, you're wasting resources.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need to know if you can like turn on backface on individual faces and not on others inside a thing.
It should be an option somewhere. In fact, it's probably listed somewhere on this document. So see, you have single plane and dual plane. So you kind of flip a switch there.
It is really interesting what you can do with the textures, what they can do, like how many colors, checkerboard. Like, I really wanted to get into animated textures as well for waterfalls and stuff. Or like cycling go-rod shading, like the underwater levels in
yeah, I need to learn how to
Raider.
control the lighting. I mean, I'm getting deeper into the SGL reference to be able to figure out what's going on. Oh, here's the default values. 1800, not 17, and 25. Oh, that's right. We didn't do this on stream because I was doing it with a model loader, but we did solve this problem because we changed the way that it's loaded up. But I'll go over that another time because I'm trying to close up the stream for now. But I just want to do this one more thing.
Yeah. And I need to know.
Yeah, let me see if okay, let me turn this off first and then turn sort min on. So it should change the Z sort.
VGP 2 planes are also on the list.
Oh boy, yeah, I gotta figure those out too. So, I need to move this. Does that look better? I can't tell if it looks better. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change the locations a little bit. So the jelly. Instead of Z, I'm just going to put him on X. And I'm going to bring the blob a little bit closer. Set him to 0 as well.
I used to think VDP was only ground plane, sky plane, and like surroundings, but it's a lot more.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with it. The problem is it's very hard to figure out.
Yeah.
That's why we keep relying on XL2, because his expertise, he's been working with this so long. That's the problem with this competition, is that I don't have any confidence in being able to beat out Hellslave with what we have here. Oh, come on.
Is he even committing Hellslave right now?
What do you mean?
But I thought he was doing his second thingy, the Sonic thing with the arena.
He's got both. So the Sonic thing is basically fixing up the original code from I think Chris Sen or whatever from the original Sonic Extreme, because I think that got leaked or something recently, or releaked.
Oh God.
I don't know. And then the other thing is, yeah, and then which is distinct from Sonic Z-Dream, which is his own creation, and then of course Hellslave, which he's been updating this year, so it's ready for submission. So he's probably gonna have 2 submissions in both categories, or 1 submission per category. So he's definitely competing pretty hard this year, and we're gonna be lucky to place.
It's fine. There's always next year, and we have something good here. I can learn a lot of things in 1 year. I mean, the blob is nice. Okay, you have something they don't have. You have a 3D modeler, but Ponat is also good at 3D modeling. I've seen that, so...
I don't know how hard Pona is working on his Pony game. I'm hoping he's doing something. I want to see an update to that game, but I don't know. Maybe we can compete with Ponat's game if we put enough content, enough RPG content into this thing.
I don't know how good at modeling XL2 is, but his levels seem to do fine.
Oh, he's got someone helping him with the models. At the very least, the enemy models. I forget who it was. I really should remember, but it was someone else in SX that was helping him make stuff.
Sounds like I need to up my game.
Well, you'll have practice. Let me try sort center. Seeing, I don't even know if I'm flipping these flags correctly. So by default, what is being used? Let me just double check. So, center of the polygon, the reference point, makes the furthest from the camera on the polygon the reference point. Makes the point closest to the camera on the polygon the reference. Okay. So we want sort min on the model. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. But then how do I use these?
Don't ask me. I'm happy if I can get Hello World and a 1 TGA file on screen.
Maybe maybe I can do the tutorial. The tutorial will help me.
Did somebody translate all this from Japanese?
Some of this is something Sega translated already. Some other stuff, like the SGL comments inside the actual code, were machine translated by someone. Okay, so then... Yeah, this is what I'm trying to manipulate right now. Why is this changing window size when I load this thing?
always wonder if there's like a huge Japanese community out there doing Sega Saturn games years ahead of what we are doing.
I feel like we would have seen it. We would have learned about it because people are still translating stuff. I don't know of too many Japanese games in the homebrew scene because the last time I heard of someone from East Asia working on something, it was some fighting game, but we haven't heard an update in a while. Okay, let's do clear sort. So XL2 believes that it is the last 3 bits of the sort command that controls the sorting. Because there's more than 2 options, so you need to have at least 2 bits. So 3 is 1, 1 in binary. That'll clear out. If we do and if not 3, that means anything that's in there in the last 2 bits should be cleared out, and then we'll set it to sort max. We'll do the same thing here, set it to sort min. And shoot. And see how that works.
Now I know why they like to pre-render stuff sometimes.
Yeah, because it looks right the first time, then you just put it on screen. Okay, when I'm here, it works. When I'm here, it doesn't. Okay, maybe sort center. So the problem, I think, is a combination of things. It's how low some of the reference points are on the bottom of that model. They might be going below 0 slightly. And if sort min is activated, that means polygon is gonna look like it's behind the floor. Okay. I've set the floor to sort max, but it doesn't really matter because the floor is basically flat. Crap. That's not better either. You know what? Maybe if I just bump it up. Okay, let me set everything to sort max. Let's see if that helps. It really shouldn't, actually, now that I think about it. The problem is you have all these tiny quads, so, you know, in the model, and then in reference, you have the massive quads on the floor. Because it's a very low poly floor. It's the same problem. You know what? I bet you I'm not clearing out the... Okay, let's double check the reference. So first off, the sort object, or the sort property.
We should consider this when making like a test file, like center the camera right, and like maybe put some test rooms on a button and some test objects, some test animation guys on the other, so I can just press a button and see, does this work, and then I can change things up and see, does this work.
It's it's not super easy to do that, primarily because what I'm doing is happening at load time. So where is that sort? Okay, flag, second. I don't see a sort flag on here. So he has mesh off. I'm doing HSS on. I don't know what half of this crap is. I don't know what a quarter of this crap is. Go red, near clip. Maybe I need to remove near clip. I don't know. But I don't know what he's using as his sort here. So the attribute command, the third argument, I believe, is plain. Okay, second argument is sort. So the second argument here, not that one, Molly palette sort, and 3. So is he turning everything on? I don't get it. Yeah, this is something I'm gonna have to spend more time on off stream, I guess, just to figure out what's going on here. I need to figure out what the actual structure of this sort is. That's really what's happening here. I mean, maybe I can give it one more shot. I can go up into Joe Engine, look at the SGL definitions, and see if he has an attribute or a sort. See these Japanese comments? This is because this is taken from actual SGL. Let me see if I can
wonder if we're ever gonna get away from SGL. I don't know if SGL is a problem.
I mean, it's Libial is a step in that direction. It is attempting to do so. So this is the developer's manual. So this should be the developer's reference. So sort. SL def. Okay, so that's where we want to see it. Thing is, it's one variable that's sitting in for many things. So you have to address each bit individually. So I don't even know if it's going to be documented correctly to a place where we can actually see it.
I'm just worried about the legal issues of SGL because that's Sega stuff.
Right now, we're counting on them not caring. If they start to care ever, which they never have before, we'll have to all port everything over to Libial.
Yeah. I like Sega a lot more because they're not as hardcore like Nintendo. Like, Nintendo is like completely out of their minds when it comes to this sort of stuff. I don't know what their problem is, but... Yeah, I like that Sega just doesn't care most of the time. It just says, I mean, Sonic Mania was made by homebrew guys. That's an official game.
Okay. What it looks like it's going to happen is that I'm going to have to set up an actual attribute macro with everything I actually need in here, and then apply it every time. So that's something for next time. I think for now, I mean it's already been a while. How long has it been? 5.5 hours. That's plenty of time. We have animations working. That's good. We have a minor problem with the sort issue, and it seems to be because it doesn't know how to sort things in, and the scale of the model is kind of disagreeing with each other. So, is it at all possible for you to simplify the model to a point where the quads are big enough to be comparable to the floor? And then maybe...
comparable to the floor? Probably not.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
I need...
not like the same scale, but maybe like within... I don't know, like 1 order of magnitude. That's still kind of pushing it, isn't it?
Yeah, but, I mean, that's gonna be hard because enemy model will have smaller faces
Yeah,
And the
it's always
floor,
going to have a smaller face. The problem is the face is near the floor. That's the issue. Because that's what's causing the clipping. It's just the faces facing the floor.
so maybe you can leave the ceiling alone and just subdivide the floor more.
Here, let me see if I can get away with having it hover slightly. So
Because I need small faces for the enemies. Maybe not that small, pretty small.
the thing is,
size.
small faces is fine if it's not. The only problem is the floor. There's this sorting issue on the floor that I'm trying to figure out how to address. I mean, if they have small faces on the actual face, small quads to describe small detail above the floor, that's fine. It's just that just right next to the floor, right touching the floor, there's this issue here, and it's hard to sort out how to get it to go where I want it to go. So like if I can keep trying to raise the model to see if that'll help.
We'll try something out. We can subdivide the floor.
Oh crap! XL2 just told me something that's probably not good. SGL sorts at integer levels, which means because the model is so small, we might not actually be able to fix this problem as it is. Hmm.
1x1 polygons?
Let me see if the same thing happens if this guy's on the floor. We might have to subdivide the floor a little bit more. I don't know. Do we have similar problems with the jelly? Yes, we do. Now, let's see if... we might have to have everything just kind of float a little bit. I just don't know by how much.
So the size of the quads is not a problem.
It's the fact that they're competing with the floor. This is definitely something that's going to have to be addressed. So maybe high poly floor where you were at, low poly floor elsewhere. So this kind of plays into the strategy I was going to take anyway, which is, you know, effectively min-mapping. We're changing the polygon density as we go. So a smaller polygon count on the floor will probably make it easier on us to try and figure out what's going on. And then we can make a lower density mesh further away.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's not ideal. The alternative is just have everyone just kind of float, and you just hope you don't notice it.
But the walls aren't a problem, right? So it's only the floor.
It's the floor because the enemy models are standing on the floor.
Yeah, so we don't need to fix the walls or the ceiling or anything else, just the floor.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good because the floor is an easier fix. I just make a sub. You can just do that with loop cuts. More loop cuts here, less loop cuts there.
Yeah.
Maybe subdivide the inferno.
You need to make it so that the texture doesn't change, though, right? So like we're gonna have low poly floors, but you have to change the textures so that they kind of match up with what we're doing. So we'll strategize later. For now, I think I'm closing out the stream. So thanks for coming on. We managed to fix animation today. Normally I say goodnight everyone, but it's already it's afternoon for me. It's 4 o'clock. It's kind of late in the afternoon compared to how long I was planning on using, but whatever.
It's midnight here, so you can say goodnight to me.
Okay. Well, good night, Biorex. Good afternoon, everyone else. And I'll see you next time, where I think we will either be addressing this problem or trying to get into the physics of room collision to make sure that we're not going through walls. But we are getting a lot closer to a finished product, and when the competition finally comes due on January 1st, I think Seniriu will have something playable. As a first-person role-playing game in North America, which I think for the Saturn it might be a first. I don't know. First-person real-time role-playing game, not turn-based. So anyway, I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.